What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. Our brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. You think you've got my number figured out? A motive born in drought and brevity. And if I'm not the soul of your design, I blatantly decline your remedy. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. I wasn't always just a single shade, a palette full of gray in reverie. And I can burn it brighter than the sun. I have a golden gun inside of me. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer.
Hello, chat. How we doing this fine evening? I am a little sick, so I probably sound like shit. You might actually be able to hear it in my voice. I know I can hear it in my voice right now, actually, so it's probably pretty bad. So I might be a little more low energy. My uh, thank you, philosopher, for the 20. Sorry, I had TTS turned off for a little bit because I was getting a bunch of poop poo poo sounds coming through. Thank you for that. For my favorite journalistic streamer, keep up the amazing work. I try my best. I try my best. But we also like to have a little fun here, right? Hold on one second. I'm getting a call. I'm gonna let another song play. I'll be right back.
Be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean. I'd rather be a poser in a magazine. I'd rather be pretty much anything else. And if I fall behind, ignoring all the signs. And if I lose the fight, I still rage against the I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine. I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. It's plain and simple, dear. I'll still be here when you're gone. You gather souvenirs, but I will never be your pawn. Your pawn. Your pawn. My love was never a game. I lay with cards out on the table. There's nothing to gamble away. But I can promise that you'll never be the same. But I can promise that you'll never be the same. You can double down. I'll still be a proud haven for your love is never love. A river through your bluff, I will be enough, enough, enough. My love was never a game. I lay with cards out on the table. There's nothing to gamble away.
All right, I apologize for that. That was there's like a plus and a minus to living at home. I cannot wait to move out. But it was nice enough of my parent to get me some soup. So that was very nice of them. But they also have a tendency to call when things are a text, and that's also very frustrating. That's a huge personal gripe, you know. Excuse me. So, hello. Hi, how's it going? I don't know. Do I look sick? Oh. Don't fall. Don't fall. Come on. Here we go. Hoping the lights on me just right, I don't know. But yes, hello. We made a lot of changes to. We have new emotes, as I said in pre-stream chat. So we have Gin Jack that resembles nobody in particular. We have Wine Jack that also resembles nobody in particular. We have Pointing Diesel Jack. We have Peepo Study. We have a FPS Narc Chan. So Krista Narc is an emote now. So there's quite a bit. There's quite a bit there that you can use and hopefully get some emotion out of. Let me try and sip some soup. Hold on. Ooh, ooh. Oh my god, I needed that. You have no idea. It's been bad. I slept like the whole day, so my sleep is fucked. Um, Legally distinct, nobody in particular. Okay. The wine jack does not resemble a woman that I made a 3-hour video about recently. It does not resemble it. Any resemblance to persons living or dead are strictly coincidental. And this is hereby satire and comedy, as per the rules stated in the First Amendment of the great United States of America. God bless. It's very hot. So yeah, there was some Twitter discourse recently. I'll pull up the tweet. It's by a Twitter account called Boy. Boy. He's like, I'll explain who Boy is. Boy is just like somebody who has takes online, right? And fuck, should have had this one pulled up. I'll find it. Don't you worry your pretty little heads. Not there we go. We need a Diesel 07. We do need a Diesel 07. There we go. Guy tweets a lot. Motherfuckers be tweeting. All right, I saw this tweet and it instantly like activated something in my head. Oh, am I blocked by Shad already? No. Okay. Wait. All right. All right. All right. We're gonna be here for a while. This might be a multi-part stream. I honestly think this is first channel. This is main channel material that we're going over. So I would personally consider this a bit of a research stream. So if I'm a little all over the place, that's also because I'm going to be saving these things for later to produce a full-on video. Right? Motherfucker, you also be tweeting. I try to tweet less these days. I was asking my friends today for like, hey, I need something to tweet. And one of my homies came up with the jork in it tweet, so I just tweeted that. Sorry, I hate being a guy that eats on stream. But I just do this too much to not have gotten to that point now, right? There's two things I want to do a main channel video on. It's this, and another topic I'll probably cover with Beckett of Crabs, who runs the channel Cope and Seethe. Right? We'll probably do a stream about it together at some point. But Beckett and I, we're looking at something. I shared that other thing with the news team. This is one that I just pulled out of my ass via twitter.com. Right? So it all started here, chat. It all started here. And I don't have it open, so now I just look like a fucking idiot. Professional streamer Andy here. Is this, what is this? Is this the right one? This is the right one. I did it. All right. There we go. Alienate other channels from your community. Never evolve your content after a decade. Alienate older fans with your spurging about slop culture and AI. Get outed as a LARPer who doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh my God, YouTube is killing my channel. And this is Shadiversity, Shad M. Brooks. So if you don't know who Shad M. Brooks is, he is the brother of Jazza, the art YouTuber, who is honestly a treasure unto humanity. I love Jazza. He runs a channel called Tabletop Time. He is Jazza. He's taught millions of people how to do art, inspired millions. He's an incredibly talented and passionate artist who is a lovely individual. His brother is also a YouTuber. Shad is a star author, air quotes, um, medieval history expert, air quotes, and he's a huge piece of shit. He's a huge piece of shit. I love Jazz. I feel really bad that this is how his brother is acting. It's really inappropriate. There's no reason for him to be acting this way. If my brother acted how Jazz's brother acts, I would not even be able to get on camera and say what Jazz is saying as a good person, right? But Shad put out this video about YouTube killing his channel, right? That was a bit harsh, but not entirely an accurate tweet. Yeah. So what this did is send me on a little bit of a a bit of a rabbit hole, right? So Shad put out this video about YouTube killing his channel, and at 1.69 million subs, his channel, in my opinion, is doing okay. Now the analytics on the back end might elaborate something else, but what's happened here is that you can see he has some videos that break 200K, a lot in the 90Ks and 100Ks in 2 weeks. This is okay for his channel. This seems about much better. The 90Ks aren't very good. The 57Ks, 123Ks. I'd say at his size, if he's breaking 100K, he can still put bread on the table, right? And yes, I would say we make a thread about him in the server. Yes, 100%. Great time for me to plug the server, actually, by the way. So, mods, sorry. If you're not in the little guy's server, this is probably the best way to get informed about stream and video updates. Now, a lot of his stuff is fine. I don't think it's particularly like amazing content. There are better medieval history channels out there than him. But is he bad? He's pretty middle of the road. Right? So, his channel is doing okay. It's not doing great, but he produces this 40-minute video about how YouTube is killing his channel. And the problem is that Shad has ended up in a lot of controversies, of which are elaborated upon in this boy tweet. Now, this video is 40 minutes long. We'll probably start watching it. But there was another tweet that boy retweeted. Oh, cool. You wrote a book. Let's see what it's about. Let's see. Shadow of the Conqueror. This is from TV Tropes. Someone wrote this up. The first installment in the Chronicles of Everfall, a dungeon punk world in sky setting by Shad M. Brooks, also known as the host of Shadiversity. Blah, 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 has been hiding since his presumed death. Burdened by age and the weight of his crimes, instead of dying, he is made young again and is about to be sent on an adventure. Okay, I'm assuming that there's something related to pedophilia in this, so I am gonna just see where this goes. Raging Stiffy, becoming a teenager again means that Dayan has to put his raging hormones as a... Okay, main character gets turned into a teenager and gets mad horny. Okay, that's in the book. Rape and Revenge. Lyra tries her damnedest to invoke this trope on Dalen. He just barely avoids being completely pulverized into a bloody pulp, but not for a lack of trying on her part. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, let's read the reviews. I read that book. It's a decision, to say the least. The Sex Slavers of Maravan. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, rape by proxy. He grew bored of raping the girls brought to him. He's forced to perform the... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Now, okay, I just want to say this as a component of narrative in literature, right? As a component of narrative in literature, I think that crimes of that nature should not be off the table, but you can definitely go overboard. I understand why people have problems with the Song of Ice and Fire, but I do think the prose in George R. R. Martin's writing are well enough to excuse the topics of those things being covered. It's also a particularly American thing to go, I don't want that covered. I need some soup. Rape leads to insanity. Oh, dude, this TV Trumps page is wild. Hold on, while we're at it, let's just go look up Shadow of the Conqueror reviews on Goodreads. It's written that badly? Is it really written that badly? Should I be reading this book? It sounds like I should go read this book. Let's see. It's a difficult review. I like the author based off his YouTube channel. Minor reason, the writing still needs editing. The main character is problematic to say the least. Supposedly carrying a lifetime of guilt, he constantly flips between short half-page bursts of self-pity and long multi-page sections of him kicking arse and being the best, smartest, most logical, skilled person. So the self-pitying falls completely flat. The biggest issue, however, that keeps me rating this novel higher is the constant obsession with sex and rape. The main character is largely defined by it. Almost all of the female characters with more than one line dedicated to them are either trusty home-sitting wives, quoting, with breasts like melons. Uh, Listen, man, I don't even... I love breasts like melons. But why would you do that? Why would you... Religiously obsessed with cooking for their men and sexing their men, or they're absolutely, utterly defined by having been, quote, raped and or kept for sex trafficking. And okay, if this had been handled with care, okay. But the way these events are treated like offhand mentions with no apparent empathy for the characters or the author beyond a brief lip service is genuinely discomforting. As a whole, the perspective of this novel presents as extremely callous and uncaring. Apparently, the main character are words like 1,000 women. Like, why? I don't know if the author's trying to make some weird point with this novel regarding traditional family roles or historical depictions of fantasy and rape, or if it's something deeper. But this isn't a pleasant read, not due to graphic violence or anything, but due to the other lack of empathy and prevalent issues of rape as a plot point with no exploration or seemingly awareness. Wow. Oh no. One, the rampant and awkward sexuality and rape. You know, it'd be funny if Shad has like a non-con fetish. That's why this is all in here. You know. Sorry, I'm mukbanging today. Let's see. Showing the recent rape victim who literally throws herself at every young male available as a quote unquote coping mechanism is beyond ridiculous. I don't even have the words to express it. For an author who claims Mormon values and sensibilities. I can't help wondering if he doesn't include this purely because he somehow got the misguided idea that readers want it. Here's the thing. A book like Game of Thrones can get away with it because it feels authentic to the world and the situations feel real. Not because fantasy readers particularly want to see it. That's true. Reading those parts of the book felt listening to a 9-year-old talk about sex. It was super awkward and did not remotely resemble how real people talk about sex. Uh-oh. Did not finish. The unsavory elements, there are copious references to rape, ravaging, and sex trafficking as well as bestiality. Oh, shit. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, man. These people are tearing this apart. Oh, no. Oh, no. We need a classic Mormon literature of having 40 wives or something. Like, so yeah, Shad's book has been absolutely lambasted. And I'm not surprised about that, to be honest. But there's a 40-minute video here. His book is obviously something I gotta read if I want to do a main channel video about this guy. But let's just listen to what he has to say. Why is Shad's channel dying? Okay. Oh, another thing about Shad that I actually didn't mention. That's AI art of his wife. He's a huge proponent of AI, like a huge proponent. So much so, he created a channel where he talks about AI and then gets into arguments with guys like George Alakakopoulos, right? Who I think writes for the New Yorker or something, or wrote for the New Yorker at one point. What else? Shad also has a channel called Night's Watch, where he does quartering style content. Yes, that's right, guys. He's the Australian Gamergate 2. Stellar Blade demo triggers the internet as gamers rejoice. So, yes. He also does quartering style content. Listen, I don't know if Shad M. Brooks has a non-con fetish. I'm just saying his proclivities for writing about non-con do not put me in a position to think otherwise. Shad is Swedish. His brother is Australian. But yeah, with that being said, let's take a gander.
You might have heard that YouTube channels have a life cycle, and although that's not applicable to every content creator, it is to some, and it seems like Shadiversity might be reaching its end. Shadiversity, the channel, is dying, and it's not for the quality of content. I genuinely believe, and the feedback certainly is to this effect, that we've been making some of the best content we ever have. And hundreds of thousands of people.
So let me say this. I made a tweet about this, right? It's not that, so, you know, my main channel is doing not great. I've said that. And a large majority of why channels start to do bad is kind of up to the audience either aging out or not really resonating in the same way with people, right? And Shad's content does a lot of the same things that a lot of other channels do. There's not much you can get from Shad other than him having worse opinions. And I do think there is a large contingent of... I unfollowed him when he said Princess Peach should have been more helpless. because that's what girls want. Right? But it's like, let's look at some of these underperforming videos, right? This is harder than it looks. Dragon Dogma 2 tested, right? I mean, ultimately, Dragon Dogma did well, but in the grand scheme of things, how well did that game do to warrant a video on it? You don't really say what this video is about. I don't know what this is about, right? The same thing with is the katana the hot girl of all swords? Sword personalities revealed. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean at all? I don't understand what that means. Let's see a channel. So this did well, probably because it was a reaction to the historical inaccuracies in Veritasium's video, right? Wait, this isn't your main channel. So that's probably why that one did so well. Reaction content tends to do well, and I see a lot of history channels going to stuff like that because of how well it does. Let's see. We tested stab-proof clothing. The results are not what we expected. You present an interesting question about a niche subject related to the topic of swords and weapons. What I think is a problem is that a lot of people in the medieval history and history YouTube go to YouTube history channels for history. They don't go to read about or to watch sword cringe. You know, they don't go for sword cringe, right? That doesn't happen. Right? So it's like, I get it. Sword cringe is fine, but I don't think as many people are interested in swords as they were in history, right? Let's look at his popular content. Why do medieval buildings overhang their lower floors? This I'm not surprised it did well because fucking Avengers. Female armor, which is like a huge fucking debate in medieval YouTube crap, right? Double-bladed swords, that one I understand. Star Wars. Drawing a sword from your back, why'd you want to do it? I think a lot of the reasons that some of these videos do well is that there's an inherent novelty to these, especially 5 years ago, right? But there's plenty more that explores things that are related to history, okay? Is boob armor dangerous? Oh no. We should have seen the sides, guys. But I'm not surprised a lot of his
Hey guys, we need to get
community has moved on. Okay. AI bros will say how everyone yeah, 100%. AI bros will say how useless everyone is with AI and then proceed to generate some of the most bland content. Right, but his whole thing is covering medieval history, and he's not really doing stuff like that. That stuff doesn't interest me. And then yeah, there are better channels than him doing exactly what he does, right? I also do think there's something to be said about the age of channels affecting the effectiveness of a channel. That's what I think's happened with FPS Diesel. I do think the age of my channel kind of boosted in the algorithm, but even that being said, I think my channel's been doing pretty good this last year with the new content I've been producing.
Have a life cycle,
but let's
and
listen.
Although that's not applicable to every content creator, it is to some. And
I need to have some more soup. Hold on. I need to make sure to get those vitamins and minerals, chat.
it seems like Shadiversity might be reaching its end.
Listen, with medieval cosplay and Ren Fair stuff, just do what you think is cool for you, right? I don't even think you need to be historically accurate unless you want to. Otherwise, if you want to look sexy with boob armor, go ahead.
Shadiversity, the channel, is dying, and it's not for the quality of content.
My rule is, as a fantasy writer and enjoyer of things, is that if it is cool enough, I don't care if it's ridiculous, right?
Believe, and the feedback certainly is to this effect, that we've been making some of the best content we ever have. And hundreds of thousands of people have been interested and are still in, or would be, and want to watch if they had actually been getting recommended the content. There's been people reaching out to me saying that they thought I had stopped uploading. But no, we've been releasing content as normal. They just stopped getting recommended it. And I'll show you the evidence of what's going on. There's been a change in the last few months that has caused a stark and genuinely devastating suppression of our content's reach to both new viewers and current subscribers. As a result, views are down and revenue is the worst that it has ever been in the last 5 years. I'm not kidding. Like when I look at the revenue where it's currently at now, the only time it's been so low, 5 years ago. And so it is quite literally only thanks to our supporters that we've been able to keep things going. And when I say,
well, and this is another reason why I've started to move to streaming and members, because I think ad rev as a mode of business operation is just not that feasible, personally. Okay.
they keep things going, we're still in the red every single month. I'm actually losing money each month, and we are not sustainable at the moment. And with the projection of how things are going in terms of views and subscribers, it's...
Judging by his uploads and their titles, I think he's burned through his best ideas, and the more recent, while having better production, they lack interesting topics. Yeah.
Like I said, these are the very real signs of a channel's imminent death. Now, you might say imminent, like what's going on? Can't you just cut back costs and things like that? Making the content that we're making costs money. There are multiple people employed here, and with where things are at and where things look to be going, because it's just been getting worse, the channel in its current state will simply not be able to exist as it is. And I will talk about options about still making content and other things, but let me show you what's going on. This is...
Yeah, well, then at that rate, you need to, reduce what you're doing, right? I'm also a YouTube streamer now. That format seems to have taken over. Yeah, commentary was doing really bad for a long time, and I've been in commentary since pre-Adpocalypse. I grew in the peak of commentary around 2016, and then things started to fall off in that genre, and my channel started to die, right? Which, by the way, when you depend on it, your mental health can go like in the shitter. So I do imagine he's definitely going through that, but then it started to come back, and it's why I'm a streamer now, right? Even that to say, with my main channel, one, I haven't gotten paid for months. I finally left my network. I'm finally free. But I'm never, all those huge videos, Yandere Dev, Illuminati, any of those, I'm not going to see a dime for. So those videos cost hundreds of dollars. I know it's not as much as his, but I needed to make sure I paid the people who did work on those videos. So I was just like, womp womp, I lost the money, right? I'm not going to get that back. And that's just, sometimes that's what happens in business. You're going to have fucking like red months like that. Which is why, I do this. I run a coffee company. I do other things because I don't want to be dependent on ad rev, right? Speaking of, I need to do that Patreon video for the Patreon members, which I need to promote more, but that's like for main channel stuff. But yeah, I'm finally free. It's been so much easier to engage with your content as a streamer, to be honest. I know a lot of people like the streaming. I know for me, I don't find it as creatively fulfilling to do streaming. Not that I don't enjoy it. I just know that I felt much more proud about putting out the Yandere Dev video than I do about sitting here and talking about how this guy is a fucking loser. But I know a lot of people like that stuff, right? So I'm going to entertain them with that.
The current subscriber rate on Shadiversity for the last 90 days, and you might notice a distinct and rather abrupt drop in January, where new subscriptions to the channel simply cut off, and we've been dancing around the 0 mark for nearly 3 months. Or in the 3rd month now. The recently released videos in like this time period, over this 2 to 3 month period where subscriber growth has nearly, been non-existent, the views on the content during this time has been the worst it has been in nearly like 5 years. Some videos might not look like that.
I will say, I also am at like a moment where the main channel is just straight up zeroed out. This channel is doing positive in subscriber growth, right? But what's interesting is, on the main channel, views are now up again. And so subs and sub loss and sub gain zeroed out, because before that it was going down. But now it's evened out, right? So I feel my content, and this is me, this is something that I did, the content I was making wasn't resonating with the audience I wanted, right? I think a lot of people expect large videos from me on main. They expect big things, right? Like, people say they like the full, well-researched videos. Okay, well, those take a little longer. All right, so I can't rely on ad rev, so I stream. Or I have a Patreon, right? So, it was about finding that. And I wasn't doing that for a while, right? I'll criticize myself. Right? Let's see what I was doing wrong.
YouTubers with too
Right? So, everything from that Illuminati video, how Illuminati ended her career, to there, Fall of Yandere Dev, is a video essay. They're all like super highly edited. This is like a video I like shitted out, right? This one was like that, but to be frank, it was on a topic nobody cared about, right? And also, look at the change in thumbnails, right? Look at the change in the thumbnails. I do think that's had a profound impact on my content. But a lot of this other stuff, nobody fucking cares about. Nobody fucking cares about. It's boring. It's bad. Or it's about topics that my audience would just never be interested in, period. Or stuff that shouldn't have been on this YouTube channel. Okay? Like, there's no reason for me to have covered this about the Game Awards. Like, that was like me sitting around and just not being able to come up with a video, right? This was a video essay. Oh, wow, that does well. This was a video essay. Oh, wow, that does well. This was a video essay from what I remember. So was this one. So these did okay. They did better, right? This was also a video essay. And so was this. So was this. So was this. So is this, I think. This was not. Look at the ones that do well versus not. Okay? But it's just being able to notice and recognize what your audience actually wants versus what you want. And I was so concerned about putting out content all the time that I was alienating the people who were watching me, right? And Shad's probably alienated a lot of his audience when he was putting out stuff like his AI videos. That probably alienated a lot of people, or all of his like Twitter crap that he would get into. That's probably alienated quite a lot of people.
Odd one that does well, like the reply to Veritasium, but the subscriber growth that we gain from those videos are not nearly what it should be, and the recommendation of these videos to new audiences barely are happening at all. And so the current content that I've been releasing through this time have been apocalyptically bad in regards to their reach to new audiences. Even the ones that did surprisingly well, like the carbon fiber armor video, over 300,000 views on that video, mostly coming from our regular subscriber base, but even now more.
See, if it's not YouTube recommends a video to the public, right? It's going to get sent to your subscribers, but they recommend it in people's recommended feed, which is where most people get their stuff, right? And when people see it and they watch it, then YouTube goes, okay, let me recommend that to more people, right? But then, alternatively, it gets put in recommended, people look at it, they go, they go buy it. And they go, all right, let me not recommend it to so many people, right? That's what's happening. The content isn't resonating with a new audience, right? It's not resonating. It's not engaging them. Shadiversity is not Shadman, no.
Recently, recommendations, even to our subscribers, especially these last two videos, which are two of the worst performing videos I've had in over 5 years, right? And they're fun, great videos. Even the videos that did well have not resulted in any large subscriber growth. And those are, like I said, the ones that did well with the subscriber base, and the videos that recently have been devastatingly bad. How does something like this happen? One assumption is that it could be a sudden spike in unsubscriptions, and the new subscribers don't replenish the ones that are lost.
Yeah, and also, if content resonates negatively with an audience, they will recommend that content less. There's actually a really good book on this that I don't have near me. Let me find it. Hold on. I'll pull it up for you guys. A lot of my change in content is actually related to me finding people in my niche to talk to. What was it? I think it's in my Kindle library. Hold on. So I'm gonna go find that video or find that content. Okay. The book is called, and I know this is gonna sound really jokey, right? But I swear to God, this is not the guy who did this book is not a fucking moron. You'll hear the same thing purported by people who are huge YouTubers or YouTube employees. The book is called The YouTube Formula. Here. Because what they're doing in this is explaining the process by which a YouTube channel grows rather than here. I think I found it. Right? The YouTube formula, blah, 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 and drive views, build an audience, and grow revenue, right? So I know the way that this is worded makes it sound like a quick hack book, but it is not that. The stuff in this book gets repeated by the people who work at YouTube, right? They say the same things. So that's a book I recommend. I actually had it recommended to me by another YouTuber. Did you just cite a source? Gross. Sorry, guys. I read books. Ew, reading. Not in this economy.
leading to negative subscriber growth. Well, let me show you. We have had no sudden surge in unsubscriptions. Now, when you have a channel that's over 1 million subscribers, you lose a certain amount of subscribers every day. That's a perfectly run-of-the-mill normal. And so the standard rate of people unsubscribing from the channel, well, let me show you, is completely consistent and has been for over a year. Nothing has changed on that front. The spikes that you see there, that comes from the occasional either controversy or video that a number of your subscribers don't like. And I've made a couple of those, whether it's...
Plus, another thing is on one hand, I know my channel, FPS Diesel, is doing worse, quote unquote, by losing subscribers. But I'd much rather get those people that don't want to watch that kind of content gone, so that way I could just rebuild a new audience.
criticizing Elden Ring or nunchucks, or I make a video on AI art. Yeah, there's a number of people that leave, but that's all that happens. And it doesn't affect general normal unsubscribe rate of the channel, which is just the average amount of people that move past the channel and are not interested in watching anymore. It's when you see a sharp decline in subscriber growth that even with the normal amount of people unsubscribing from the channel obviously results in 0 to negative subscribers coming to the channel. So this result here is not due to a wave of people suddenly wanting to leave the channel because of any disagreement that we might have over politics, AI art, or nunchucks, or anything like that. And I want to repeat that because that's the thing that many skeptics and critics try to deny. There has been no increase in the average amount of people unsubscribing from the channel. Even with me being more politically outspoken on my other channel, Night's Watch, what people don't seem to realize is that for every person that can't separate the fact that I'm an outspoken conservative and Christian, with the non-political content that we're making here on Shadiversity, in conjunction with that, is that Night's Watch.
Wait, pause, buddy. Pause. You make political content on here all the fucking time. What are you talking about, you fucking idiot? I'm sorry. That AI content you make is political in nature, all right? It is. It just is. You're lying to yourself. He's about to say Night's Watch is doing good, right? And I will elaborate on to why I think that is in a moment.
Is actually growing quite well and is bringing in new people to the audience.
Okay, here's why. There's a lot of money to be made in the culture war, okay? There's grifting that goes on. And I'm not saying he's a grifter. I'm certain he believes in everything he says, right? I don't think Shad is smart enough to be conscious that he's believing in things he doesn't, or saying he believes in things when he doesn't, right? Like, for example, like there were those leaked text messages where Tucker Carlson was complaining about Trump and how he was tired of like the rigmarole that was going on with that at Fox News, right? That's part of the reason he left. But then he would get on camera and then repeat talking points that would benefit Donald Trump because that was the argument that he needed to make for the business, right? So that's literally what grifting is, right? So I don't think Shad is smart enough to know that to believe in fake things to continue his business. Yeah. Boob armor can be considered political by some, right? But that's not surprising. A lot of people, they just constantly, all the time, just consume this slop content about like the wokies. And alternatively, I will say on the left, there's this whole brand of content that's like lefty fuck over the righties content, right? And it's like a back and forth. It's like a toxic relationship that both sides of the American political spectrum engage on, right? And I know he's not American, but that's the politics base he's tapping into here.
And to my channels, it actually ends up balancing out, and there's no big controversy or thing that's
Also, for a Christian conservative, the amount of rape in his book is a bit astounding. Just saying.
happening. It's causing people to just leave the channel. Now, what this actually happens, okay, the result that causes this type of thing, the content itself is not getting shown to new viewers. This raises the question, why isn't the content being shown to new viewers? There must be some type of reason. Is it the quality of content? And some people have claimed that Shadiversity has changed over the years. And my answer is, well, yes, it has. That's because it was necessary due to my health, as well as it being for the better. I've been able to raise the production value of the content, and the feedback on this has been overwhelmingly positive. Remember that this sharp drop in suddenly the content not being recommended to any new viewers happened recently. It happened in January, okay? The changes I made with Shadiversity to bring on new hosts happened 2 years ago, all right? And we have made some incredible content as a multi-host channel, videos that have gotten hundreds of thousands of views, ones already nearly in the millions, videos that people...
A Christian obsessed with perfect melons.
This is a certified hood classic.
Clap, 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 get paid, get paid, get paid, get paid.
Thank you for the $100, Anonymous. Thank you for filling me up. Oh shit. That was we here at FPS Diesel. We promote only gooner values, okay? Only the goonest the value. Guys, help. The donos are gonna empreg me, bro. I guess he got paid.
People have loved, and that is the content we are currently making. We're making content that people genuinely love, and that long-time subscribers on Shadiversity also really love. So the current content isn't actually the problem, and the quality that we've been pushing out has only been going up because that was one of the things I've been trying to do to bring back views, make better content. We've been pushing ourselves so hard to raise the quality level, but something else is happening behind the scenes to not let our current subscribers know not only about the new content, but the old content, and not showing it to new audiences. Current click-through rates on our content are actually higher than 2 years ago. The likes versus dislikes are actually still in the high 90%. Like, nothing has dropped in the likes versus dislike. Feedback in the comments are overwhelmingly positive about how much they're enjoying the content. And if the content was the issue with the death spiral...
All of this, like, you know, like, oh, is it the content and analytics, blah, 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 is completely missing the point that maybe it just doesn't resonate, right? I really don't think it's a surprising fact that Night's Watch is doing better. I really don't think it is.
Looks like Shadiversity is falling into. I would have seen our content suffer a similar drop on other platforms like TikTok, Facebook, Odyssey, BitChute, and Rumble. And by the way, when we started uploading on TikTok, our content exploded. We have over 100,000 subscribers on there over a very short period of time. It grew crazy fast with millions of views, but overall, no real growth on the platforms that matter in terms of getting higher ad revenue because you don't make money on TikTok, and there was really no point in sacrificing the man hours to keep pushing on that when we're suffering on the main area that we need to focus on. Having said that, though, we do try and mirror our content on other platforms. YouTube broke mirroring on Rumble specifically, and so we haven't been able to put our content on that, but we're making active changes to now manually upload on Rumble as well. But the issue is that currently there is no viable, sustainable alternative to YouTube.
I do think YouTube streaming is kind of in a golden age right now. I really do think it is. I've seen so much growth just because I've started streaming on here. It's really insane. I mean, I also got a lot of help by the main channel, right? But I've completely lost track of what this dweeb is yapping.
on any of these other platforms. Because even if you want to try and say that there's something different with the new content versus the old content, if you look at the most popular videos on the channel, these super popular videos are getting viewed currently a fraction, and I mean a fraction, of what they have been getting viewed 2 years ago and even 4 years ago. And by the way, that was when my channel was even vastly smaller, okay? Yet I was getting vastly higher views.
I also think, why is every YouTube my channel is dying video almost the same? It's 5 key points. Here's one point I think people don't notice is the age of these channels, right? I do think the age of a channel impacts the potential growth of a channel. Like, again, she hates it when I do this. But here we go. Hal does ASMR. I'm sorry, Hal. I have to use you as an example. Hal started a month ago, right? And already has 200 subscribers, right? And the channel's growth has been outstanding. The views on it have been outstanding. For some reason, everybody likes it when an evil vampire tells them what to do, but whatever. That's something that you guys got to work out yourselves, okay? But this is a new channel, and it's doing really well, right? I make Diesel IRL. It starts doing really well. I do think that YouTube is prioritizing more content in the moment, like newer content, right? Because shorts have a really short shelf life, right? I can't click on a short without playing the short, right?
What is red pill, blue pill? So there are
Oh, it's a Dante's clip, right? But I do think that, you know, shorts have a very short shelf life, but this is more current. The content's more current. So YouTube is promoting more recent things. But if YouTube sees, oh, you like these shorts, then they're going to go and maybe they'll put an old video into recommended for you to take a look at. That's what I think. But that's just my like hot take theory, right? They really want you to do a little bit of everything on YouTube now is what I'm seeing, right?
On these popular videos. You would think with a larger subscriber base that there would be a large amount of people to recommend these old videos to, but the new subscribers, and by the way, in like the last 2 years, gained over maybe 350,000 new subscribers, and most of them do not get recommended the old content at all. To just emphasize the stark, and I mean shocking difference and reduction that we have had in impressions currently on the channel.
Yeah, like I don't think they want to recommend old content anymore.
I want to show you the rate in which some of the most popular videos on Shadiversity get
Like,
watched
try to
now
finish this
versus
soup before it
only
gets
a
cold,
couple of years ago.
guys.
And bear in mind, over the past 2 years, we have an additional 350,000 subscribers, okay? And so the channel, as is at the moment, we have a huge, that's one of the largest subscriber growth I've had in a long, like over the period, similar periods of time. So that's a huge boost.
Why
of
is it
new
always
viewers,
YouTube?
right?
It's never
Usually
the
when you get
YouTuber. Like it really, like I've said with my channel, it's me. I'm the reason my channel died, not anybody else.
a boost of new subscribers, there's a whole heap of backlog content that they enjoy. And as a result, these popular videos, they continually get viewed.
YouTube also tracks watch sessions now, right? They want you to binge the content. They want you to watch a bunch of videos at once from one channel.
Because there's a constant flow of new subscribers to watch. There's those new subscribers there.
That was new. That was just recently added to the analytics recently.
They're not getting recommended the content. Here is my most popular video I've ever made. Over 7 million views on this one. And in the past month, it has had 2.4 thousand views. During this same time period, let's go back 2 years, but in the exact same time period, 2 years ago, 2022. Over that same time period, that video had 16.9 thousand views. Just compare that. 2.4 to 16.9. Now, let's compare that to 2020, another 2 years. So this is 4 years ago, and have a look at how much this video got viewed 4 years ago. 72,000 views. This is a great video that heaps of people enjoy watching, that now is barely getting recommended at all, not even to my own new subscribers that would love this content, this video, but it's not getting recommended. And please bear in mind, YouTube as a platform keeps growing. It has the its user base is larger than it has ever been before, okay? There are entire new generations of people coming to YouTube that very well would love this content.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they really will love this content. I guarantee you, Shad, that YouTube knows better what the audience wants than you do. Okay? I guarantee you they know better. All right? And you can tell what your audience is watching. You can look at your analytics and see who else your audience watches.
But it's not getting shown to them. And this isn't the only one, by the way. My second most popular video, if we look at the views of the last day, 680 views over the last month. And then, if we were simply to go back 2 years, that same video, 4.3 thousand views over that same period. And then, if we were to go back another 2 years, so this is now 4 years ago, that same video, 35,000 views. YouTube is barely recommending great content that's in people's backlog that their own subscribers would love to see. I have all these new subscribers, doesn't get recommended, and now they're barely getting recommended the current videos. Last two videos, like I said, apocalyptically bad. If you have a look at the amount of impressions Shadiversity has been receiving over the last year, you'll notice it's been the lowest it has been in the last year. But then if we go over to the lifetime of the channel, it's impressions right down here.
Is the entire 40-minute video going to be this? Because this is like real. Like, I feel like I've made all my points that I need to make to say why he's. I know I'm really like comparing, like my judgment of him is on the basis of him not understanding the macro factors that are impacting the Shadiversity channel. But if the entire video is just this shit, yeah, they aren't recommending it because people aren't engaging with it. Like, again, YouTube knows better what the audience wants to look at than you. I feel like if they would look, they would like the old videos and like what you're doing, they would just go to your channel and watch your own videos. Yeah, a majority of YouTube users, though, only use the recommended tab.
Here are as low as it was in 2018 before my channel started to kind of take off. All right, right before here. That's as they're getting this about the same amount. So if we have a look at where the average has been, about 1 million impressions a day by the look of it. And you have to go back toward before 2018 to reach the same level of impressions the channel's currently getting. Is it because there is just more content on the platform?
Diesel, can you flex or something? I lost the plot. You want me to flex? Sure, I guess. I don't know. I'm like mad tired right now. I'm super sick, but I can't even. I'm too sick, guys. I'm too sick. I feel like shit.
More videos means less views between them. I actually think shorts have been devastating for both YouTube and content creators like me. But also, there are more users on the channel than ever before, like I've mentioned, and so it isn't like there is
shorts
less
haven't
views
been
to go around.
devastating. They're a new tool that a bunch of old YouTubers are refusing to implement. Like, I know I need to implement shorts. I know for my long-term health and survival as a YouTuber, I just need to be producing shorts. If you're the kind of YouTuber who's like, no, I don't want to do shorts. I don't want to do shorts. Well then, buddy, I'm sorry. The world don't work like that anymore. You and I both know that everybody's got short attention spans. I'm sorry. I watched a video recently about Ukraine fighting the Russian Navy. And the intro was a minute and 30 seconds long. Do you know what I did? I clicked off the video. Okay? Because it was driving me nuts. And then there was like nothing else to watch. So I clicked back onto the video and I skipped through it. You know what I did? I did this.
To watch content, and I also get the feeling that Mr. Beast could survive with, say, perhaps half the amount of impressions.
I scrolled through with the 2x speed because I didn't want to listen to it.
Or views he gets, and some of those impressions could be given to other content creators. Now, it's nothing against Mr. Beast, okay, but YouTube definitely has a preference to certain creators that it favors and boosts unfairly. YouTube is on record.
You're such a fucking cope guy. That's just cope. That's cope.
Saying this, by the way, they're on record saying that they prioritize authoritative sources and they curate the trending page and recommendations. Do you remember that van life channel that got millions of subscribers and views on its second video that came out? And it's like, that does not happen organically. And so with all this curation and favoritism, that does leave far less impressions and room on the front page and people's what to watch next.
The internet's a big place, Shad. I think you were completely overestimating the amount of, like, what do you want to be on a trending tab? Like, what?
It leaves far less of that for creators like me. Because I'm not the only one noticing this, by the way. YouTube simply is not a fair and open platform, and it absolutely suppresses recommendations and curates search results, trying to push the content it wants people to watch, not the content they would be most interested in. And it has distinctly gotten worse at the beginning.
Guys, they're trying to keep me down because I'm a Christian with Christian values, okay? That's where we're getting here. That better not be where this argument goes, because it's going to be a really fucking stupid one.
Of January, where things just fell off a cliff. It's like someone decided to put Shadiversity under a boot, and this is the type of thing that will kill the channel. And one of the issues is that even with how apocalyptic the ad revenue has been and views and all that stuff on Shadiversity at the moment, it still comprises the majority of my business's revenue, okay? And to try and keep people employed, if I were to leave this platform, it would kill the business. And I can't.
So here's the thing. It sounds like you need to double down into your grifting, buddy. Sounds like you need to go to what Night's Watch, where the money is. It sounds like you need to make a business to maintain your people's employment.
Risk promoting people to watch the content off of YouTube, even though we actually do put it on multiple other platforms, right? Because we still need the views on YouTube, because as bad as ad revenue is, we're still reliant on it. What I can say though, like if we were able to grow the community support through channel memberships, Patreon, Subscribestar, or Player, right, to the point where we can be sustainable from viewership support and therefore not reliant on ad revenue, I can.
Yeah, 100% CJ. I promise you, YouTube does not care what you want to watch as long as you keep watching.
Guarantee our content will not only be on all other platforms, like every video, I will be encouraging people to watch it on those platforms because I wouldn't need the views for the ad revenue. And YouTube seems to want to kill this channel and drive away certain content creators. It doesn't seem like that, it wants us here. And it seems like they try and do it gradually and subtly, suppressing certain niches, certain types of content.
They're trying to suppress history YouTube because it goes against their woke agenda, guys.
Squeeze out these types of creators or genres of content, but more recently they've done it very much more starkly. So even though we're still reliant on ad revenue, with how bad it's been these last few months, we might not be able to continue making content the way we have been. We've only been losing money each month. My wife and I have literally gone for multiple months without paying ourselves. November and December, we didn't pay ourselves a cent, and we lived off of the money we got from our tax returns. And I did that to try and keep people employed, paying wages. And even after doing that, I've needed to draw money out of the graphic novel profits and put it back in the business to keep paying wages, which is going to restrict or cast doubt on me being able to make additional graphic novel projects. Shadow of the Conqueror Volume 2 is insured. Money's already secured for that, but I was hoping to have some left over to do another graphic novel, and I don't know if I'll be able to now. So with how desperate things are being financially, I genuinely hope that everyone can understand how unbelievably grateful I am for all the supporters that we have at the moment. If it wasn't for you...
He needs to say the quiet part out loud so he can garner views. I really do hope he says the quiet part out loud, because that would be really fucking funny if he says that.
We would be done. Or the business as it is, the channel, the type of content that would be made, it would be impossible for us to keep doing it. I would have been forced to have to contract. I'd have to let people go and kind of reel it back into a one-man show. The problem about that is my health. The reason why I brought on additional people is that it was becoming too difficult for me to produce the content on my own. If you weren't aware, I am disabled. I have chronic fatigue.
I am disabled. Shadiversity. I am disabled. Oh shit. Listen, Shad, you didn't need to tell me. I know what chicken tendies eat or when I see one, buddy. All right, buddy. Oh shit. All right. I know he's talking about chronic fatigue, but but you couldn't have chronically worded that worse.
It's officially called myalgic encephalomyelitis, or MECSF. And I've been pushing myself harder than I've ever pushed myself before to try and raise the quality, bring the content up, even in spite of how crippled I am behind the scenes, just to try and keep this thing afloat. And I can't tell you how unbelievably discouraging it is when you work so hard and you sacrifice.
POV Diesel laughs at your disability. He worded it funny, okay?
A lot to try and keep things.
I remember watching one of his videos, but then kept getting recommended his videos about complaining about YouTube.
Going, and then something outside of your control just crushes it. So to be fully sustainable off of like fan support, we would need to basically triple our numbers from the current supporters we collectively have across all platforms. So that's memberships, Patreon, Player, and Subscribestar. And by the way, Subscribestar is the best out of them. It gives the best return to creators. But that also means literally a whole third of the business income is coming from supporters at the moment. That's how much of an incredible like support you guys are. A whole third of our revenue is from you guys.
That's honestly better. You want to be getting away from ad revenue. It's so inconsistent as a form of income that I wouldn't want to rely on it. I don't like relying on it.
And we've been taking measures, going the extra mile to give back content for you, exclusive content for those who support us. The thing is though, right, if anyone was in the position to be able to help, and I don't expect everyone will be, and I'm so grateful for anyone who was able to help out in any way possible, okay? Liking and sharing is tremendous as well, okay?
What can he possibly say? I feel like we are at the end. What does he have to say for the next 20 minutes?
Like 10% of people who watch this video were able to contribute even $1 a month. That's $12 a year. You would get access to the fun, exclusive content.
He does sound like an infomercial.
But that would also make us completely sustainable, and we'll be absolutely free from relying on YouTube. You know, you might not think $1 is much, it's a drop in a bucket, but there's still a very strong community here, a huge fan base that loves the content. And if you did want to help us out, that might be one of the only ways that we can get survive this. $1 when
come
put
on.
together with everyone else can do a lot more than you might think. And being free from YouTube, of course, then I would be happy for people to watch our content off of YouTube, to not be reliant on it. Again, just to be free from it, because there needs to be a viable, competitor alternative. And I'll even start making exclusive content for the other platforms and even more for our members and things like that. Can't at the moment, because 2/3 of the revenue is the ad revenue, and we need that. But even that is probably not going to be enough. That's just been getting worse. You see this death spiral. You see the performance of the current, the most recent videos, and you see this drop off cliff. And again, you only see that.
Holy shit, the yapper, bro, the yapper.
Recommendations, impressions, right? Lowest they've been are in over 5 years. But recommendations are supposed to be determined by click-through rate. Okay. So,
oh my god, it's not directly correlated. Okay, this video is just him bitching about the same thing for the next... We're gonna go within 30 minutes.
subscribers, but have a look at the viewership in like the backlog content versus...
Oh my god. Why is it 40 minutes long?
Now, backlog content and recent content is just not getting recommended to new viewers at all. It's been crushed to a fraction of what it used to be, far more than what you could try and explain with saying that...
At least he's better than Ethel, okay? I don't know. He's his own brand of stupid. Let's just wait.
There are, because by the way, the average click-through rate is still higher on the channel, and so the impressions are just tanked. And even if we try to explain it through the fact that so many shorts viewers are not watching any of the content, doesn't really explain why it's not getting recommended as much as an average video should.
I'm trapped in a YouTube economics
the average click-through rate on the channel
class.
is actually higher over the past 2-year period. Okay, we have the same click-through rate now as we did last year, which wasn't affected by the influx of short subscribers then.
Oh
and
my
views were much
god,
better. Something has changed drastically.
Commit disability racism. Oh my god.
In January, which has just killed things. What now, right? Unless something changes, this channel looks screwed. Shadiversity looks screwed, okay? Fair, try and keep things going for as long as I can here, of course. There might be no way to save it, okay? And to that end, I love making this content, always will, and like I said, I'll try and stay here as long as I can, but there might literally come a point where it becomes pointless. That it's not getting the revenue it needs to sustain itself, and it's not working out.
Copaversity, more like. God, Shadiversity, Copaversity, bro.
That end, okay? I am trying something. I don't know if
I see the word the Shadlands. What is that?
Purposed my Shadlands channel. So I started the Shadlands to make new content around the development of my property, building the Shadlands, the dream of building castles, and things looking much, much better. But I've had to put it on indefinite hold.
Wait a second. Excuse me. He started a channel about building a castle
for over a year because I haven't had the money. I love making this content, always will, and like I said, I'll try and stay here as long as I can.
Wait a second. I need to know about that.
Pointless. That it's not getting the revenue it needs to sustain itself. I don't know if it'll work or not. We're building castles when things are looking much, much better. But I've had to put it on indefinite hold for over a year because...
$5 from Mike the Bike. Ike what blood is yapping about, but his vids analyzing the lightsaber battles from Star Wars are genuinely good.
I'm sure they are, but nobody else is watching his fucking Japanese content, bro.
Because I haven't had the money to continue development there. But not only that, I haven't even had the resources to film additional content separate to developing the property, because we were just making content, which was based around all fun stuff. And so it's sad to see that I can't do it because we didn't have the time or resources to make any content there. And that's just the filming, let alone editing. I would have needed to hire a new editor to try and have content for the channel. And there was no content on it for a flat year. It was dead in the water, and things don't look like they're getting better. It looks like they're getting worse.
Diesel, you should make a video where you build a castle and call it the Goon Cave. No, guys, I'll go to an actual cave and goon in the cave.
Worse, and so the channel was doing nothing. And so
I'm sorry, I need to see if there's like... This video sucks so much. It's so bad, guys. It's so bad. Is there any content about him building a castle? Hold on, I need to see this. Okay, all right. This is just like extra videos about the same thing.
Sam, why are you doing this, Sam? Because there's some good left in the world, Frodo, and it's worth freezing for.
Greetings, I'm Shad. And yes, we're doing...
Oh no, his watch time. I wonder why he's falling.
Yes. It needs to be done.
No, go to an actual castle and goon in the castle, okay? Alright. So instead of the sword and the stone, guys, This is a horrible image. I'm producing a horrible image. I'm gonna continue to read this bit, right? Instead of the sword and the stone, it's like a triple X parody where a guy is like, he has this, his sword is stuck in a fleshlight. And they all need to help him get it out, right? And so the Knights of the Round Table, which are all women, come help this guy get his sword out of the stone.
This is the type of thing that the internet was invented for, and nothing else. The internet objectively has no other uses apart from figuring and testing out stuff like this and sharing it with the world. Because ever since The Hobbit was made, the book and the films, we need to know, can a barrel actually work as a flotation
This is a bathtub vibes, Diesel. Not gonna lie.
device? First of all, in the book, Bilbo seals the dwarves completely in the barrels, completely locked.
I don't care. I just want to say that Shad's doing this. Hold on. Which, by the way, tabletop time has absolutely knocked out anything that Shad was doing. Okay. And I think Jazza is a really smart guy to have tapped into the new spike in attention that Warhammer and miniatures have been getting recently. You could call it Come a Lot. That's really good. I like that one. I like Come a Lot. Come a Lot, the Edge and the Goon. Right, but like it's incredible how well this channel has done in comparative to Shad's other ventures. And the only relation that this has to Jazza is that it's kind of mildly art related, right? But they've been absolutely banging out content, right? Like you can tell Jazza knows how to make a YouTube channel. All right. This is exactly the kind of niche shit that does well.
Can use it for a very important purpose. And so Shadiversity videos appear to be dying, partly because of how poorly they are doing with so many short subscribers, inactive subscribers, the suppression of the reach and everything. And if Shadiversity is now getting seriously shadow banned, right? Yet the content is still good, starting over on a new channel, but not necessarily just mirroring content. I can actually do some interesting things with the Shadlands because there is a whole wealth of videos, a backlog, that the new generation coming to YouTube have never seen, and they're not going to get recommended it. Those videos are effectively dead now, but they are phenomenal videos. And
so you're just going to re-upload the old
try
content?
And use their channel, the Shadlands, to bring that content to a new generation, but also...
Do you realize that Shad is Jazz's brother? Yes, yes. I'm gonna add one more scene to the Come a Lot, the Goon and the Edge, for every time people ask.
Try and make it easier to watch. If anything that we can learn from shorts at the moment, it seems like there is an audience for shorter, easier to consume content.
Yes, there
is. We don't have enough time in a minute to even cover a topic well, but I can see that there could be an appeal with shorter content. And so I can take the old content, really popular content, and re-edit it in a shorter, snappier, more consumable format with the hopes of putting it on a new channel to potentially reach a new audience that haven't seen Shadiversity content before or know the awesome fun stuff about swords and everything. And so I can do that with my most popular videos, and then my really long videos that cover multiple subjects, right? I can clip out the individual subjects that I cover within those videos and package it as a complete singular video that covers that singular topic, again, to make it more accessible and people can find me talking about those topics without having to dig through an hour-long video.
Sell the horse farm he bought his wife instead of complaining.
Again, making it more consumable and accessible.
There's clearly an audience for the Night's Watch content. Like, he literally just needs to lean into what he sees resonating with people. I think I just deleted one of the stupid AI video from my...
Hey guys, we need to get to the crypt, hurry up.
Yeah, I'm ready, Shad.
We'll get to Night's Watch eventually, but a love letter to AI art. You don't need to be afraid. Let's see. Let's go back. I can gather some sympathy for Jazza when he complains about the channels, right? But like I said, I do think that the age of a channel impacts the potential growth of a channel. A love letter to AI. I feel like there was one before it. God, his thumbnails are bad. But like I actually like Jazza. I want to see him do well as a person. Could have sworn there was one more. God, I hate being sick. I feel like shit, dude. It sucks. Yeah, I do feel like he'll be in the DSP department. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. Shadiversity AI. Stop the lies. We'll watch that one from a month ago, because I am not gonna watch an hour-long video of this guy producing just nothing but Japanese. Doesn't a channel reach a point where most people don't get interested in it, and then you just sort of level out with new people, replace the ones that leave? Yeah.
I'm interrupting the regular Shadiversity schedule to address a very important topic, one that I'm deeply interested in. And so for those of you who are not interested in this topic, well, thank you for joining me. I do hope you'll hear me out, and if you are uninterested, well, stay tuned, the regular videos will be coming out shortly. As evident by the title, I want to make clear, and I've heard the argument, so before people think this is uninformed, no, I've listened to the Smoking Gun evidence, okay, I've looked into this, and I want to make very clear that AI art does not inherently steal other artists' work or is unethical, and I'm not saying that lightly. Remember, I have heard the arguments.
I am not watching an hour-long video. Oh my god, it's 40 minutes long, dude.
Art is very important to me. Ever since I was a very young child, my imagination would run wild, creating characters and stories.
Look at the like to dislike ratio. I've developed a keen eye for proportions. My brother in Christ, the heads are too big.
And worlds. And art has always been a profoundly
his
important part of me bringing those worlds into greater reality.
I mean, it's not like great.
It started off with
you
drawing,
can tell
and
he's
it's a
like
passion
learning.
I still have to this day, creating new characters and depicting the worlds and stories I love to immerse myself in. It was a great revelation to me later on in life. It wasn't actually the physical, mechanical movement of drawing that I was actually enjoying, but it was the creation of something. There was some relaxation found in methodical kind of movements of scraping a pencil along paper, but the true artistic satisfaction was in what I was creating. Otherwise, why wasn't I just drawing straight lines on a single piece of paper forever? But I do understand that there are some people that fall in love with certain mediums, but I still...
Okay, the Jazza, not Jazza, fuck, apologies, Jazza. Shad, okay. The thing is we produce artists produce a piece of work, right? You've enjoyed what you created. The end product is beautiful, and it's something you look back on. And the laborious effort of producing that thing is what produces the enjoyment that you feel from looking at it, stepping back and looking at a finished piece. When I look at a finished miniature or model kit, I get that same feeling. When I look at a finished video, I get the same feeling. When I type in a bunch of prompts on an AI, I just get an image, right? You don't go through this process of you work on a thing, right? You meticulously, like, for example, on a Gundam model, you can use one of these things to like sand down a nub, right? From when you clip it, right? Obviously, the process of that can be considered therapeutic, but then the end product, you look at that and you go, wow, I did that. I finished that. I did that. I can do the hard things because I can focus and put it down, right? I can do the work, right? Now, don't get me wrong. There are some people on the anti-AI side that are hilariously ridiculous and super rude and annoying. And I don't like those people because they're just rude, right? But you are fundamentally, like, you understand the aspect of why it's engaging to create something. You find satisfaction in having created something, right? But you're missing the point of what made the process of you doing that satisfying. And if you are satisfied by that, that is the equivalent of, like, let me make a comparison like this, right? We talk about gooning here a lot at FPS Diesel. I love to jerk off. Right? But fellas, when you do that versus when you have sex with someone you care about, or not even someone you don't care about, the feeling is different. You know what I mean? Right. The feeling is different. It is much more satisfying and fulfilling to have sex than it is to jerk off. But, you know, in the moment when I need something done, you know, I'll goon, I'll jerk off, I'll beat my dick. But those two things are different. One is fast food. The other is a 4-course meal. You know what I mean? Bold of you to assume your audience had sex. I don't see. I'm speaking to the men here because I think the dudes will get it. I don't know if the ladies will get it. Ladies in the audience, tell me. Okay, it's the same thing. All right, it's the same thing. Well, okay. Well, I can tell you that straight women don't have that problem with me. Oh shit. All right. You guys get what I'm saying. Right? That there's a difference. AI is jerking off, drawing is having sex, okay?
Feel the greatest satisfaction comes from this process of creation. And then I discovered a new medium where I could depict these worlds and characters to even greater reality, writing. And since then I've become a published author, and writing is one of the great passions of my life, as still is drawing and art. My artistic pursuits have just broadened. I love to explore different mediums and tools that help bring my artistic visions into greater reality in different ways. And I've always...
So then you'd understand why the aspect of creating art. Okay, well, here's the problem, is that Shad and I wouldn't agree on what constitutes as art, right? I don't really feel that AI produces art. I feel it produces images, right? I feel art is something that inherently has human soul, right? Which is something different. Like, these drawings are not great, but there's a something he wants to depict here.
Appreciated tools that help me achieve certain things that I wouldn't be able to do otherwise. I love the look of inked art on top of my pencil drawings, making the lines more bold and it to stand out and pop from the page. Yet it was also a very stressful experience because there was also a greater chance of smudges, and I even had other images ruined when small bits...
That's... Yes, of course, you have the chance to fuck up. We always fuck up when we produce things of a creative aspect. You as a writer would understand the mistakes of making mistakes with your prose. You know, like, it's an imitation of art.
$4.99 from Cloudy. I can't believe the goon guy jerks off SMH my head.
It jerks off.
of water, just droplets fell on the page, making the ink bleed. So, when having access to a scanner and being able to scan my hand-drawn images onto a computer, where I could digitally ink my images, solved all the issues and problems I was having with hand inking. It enabled me to do it more precisely, faster, with the ability to erase mistakes.
Yes, that's the beauty of digital art. And there's always like this debate when a new medium comes out where people go to the like, oh, this will replace the old thing. There is something to be said for hand drawn art and hand inked art. I think there's something different. I think you get a lot of a different feeling from that. You get very smooth lines from that when it's digital. But the imperfections on things are almost happy little accidents that give character. Because when you paint miniatures, for example, you can't go back and fix a mistake. You have to go over that, right? And that carries on, and it adds to the character of that miniature.
And also make later edits. It was a phenomenal tool that helped bring my art to the next level. And I never had considered it cheating, or that I was losing some type of artistic pursuit in not wanting to pursue physical hand-inked
See, the problem with having a debate against Shad is that he would say AI is a medium, right? But it's just like, it's one of those debates that's impossible to have because of how he presents his own initial point.
art. This is the exact same experience I had with coloring. I never particularly enjoyed working with physical mediums, painting, pencils, pastels. The same stresses existed for mistakes, but that wasn't to say I never did it or that I couldn't find great satisfaction in making a hand-colored piece.
I feel like his drawings remind me a lot, and I understand yada yada Christian Andy, but like have you ever looked at like Christian comics? You know, it resembles Christian comics.
Of art, but discovering digital coloring fixed all the problems that I was finding with hand coloring myself, and enabled me to produce much higher quality art than I was able to do without it. Technology enabled me to produce.
I think he still should have practiced the physical art. I as someone who likes to paint miniatures also understands why I should learn the traditional fundamentals of art. I think being somebody who can do more than one medium can help you understand more about the aspect of creativity that you enjoy. He does kind of draw like Butch Hartman, yeah. Yeah, like these drawings like they kind of resemble his personality. You guys get what I mean? Like there's a part of like it resembles him. And we're going to see the AI art and I just don't think it's going to resemble him.
Much higher quality artworks, cutting out much of the tedious processes, and enabled me to express my artistic vision faster, easier.
I mean, like that piece isn't bad. Like I think it's pretty good.
To a higher level of quality. So as you can imagine, any technology that grants this same benefit, I am very, very interested in, hence my interest in AI art generators. Many people view this new technology as something that robs people of their artistic pursuit and potential. What I see is the exact opposite. Indeed, far from robbing artistic expression...
That looks bad. The AI art, like, that's... Like, the drawing conveys a lot of character about him. About who he is, about the person behind the pen. You know what I mean? I do think you can tell a lot about me as an individual based on how I paint my miniatures. I really do think that. But that's just like a weird, misshapen human. Like,
when you approach it with intent, having a specific vision in your mind that you want to achieve, it can enable you to bring that vision...
It looks like shit. It looks like shit compared to his art. Like, it looks weird. Like, that's weird looking.
Into a level of reality, detail, and beauty than you might ever have been able to do without it. But when you combine other artistic talents and abilities that you cultivate in other mediums, that enables you to make the very best art with this technology. And I'm not kidding in this. I am an artist. I've developed a very keen eye for proportion and detail, and I have applied that in every artistic pursuit in whatever medium I'm using. There are many people who use AI art who have seen my images that I've made with this technology and have literally asked, how on earth do I produce these results? They see a difference in the quality that I'm able to achieve versus the quality that they have been able to achieve. And the answer is, I'm applying every single...
It's his wife, guys. That's his wife in every single one. Yeah, he's not talented enough to see why it looks bad. Yeah, but, you know, I also want to say credit where credit's due. I couldn't draw how he draws, personally.
Talent I've developed in multiple mediums in my pursuit and love of art to this medium as well. AI art generators are not a replacement of artists. In actual fact, it can be one of the most profound and incredible tools for artists. Artists will simply be able to make the very best AI art. But when that is done, it's actually not AI art. The AI art generator is not doing all the work. Far, far from it. When I make my AI art, I am in full control with a specific vision in my mind that I'm working towards. And as a result, this isn't made by just the AI, it's made...
So, AI generated conversion. Okay, wait a second. What the fuck? Oh, I was gonna be like, wait a second. It turned that guy wearing a mask into a black guy. It was a black guy the whole time. Oh, yeah. I can grease the wheels of Midjourney pretty good, personally. It's not that hard, but it is very hard to control. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that you can't... I've seen people, artists that I know, use AI to be like they get an image from AI and they go, oh, that looks interesting. I'll draw a piece like that. And they'll use it as reference.
By me,
Yeah, his hairstyle's completely gone. Yeah, and that, it just applied like extra detail that wasn't there in the first place.
using the tool of AI to achieve the specific vision that I have in my mind. This is AI-assisted art, just like Photoshop is digitally assisted art, although it includes many AI processes that enables people to cut corners, make shortcuts, achieve goals much easier and quicker, that many people don't want to acknowledge that they are using in their own digital art, but criticizing the exact same type of use and methodology that is actually
Is this guy just defending all of AI just because he uses it for rendering? Yes. I mean, that's what he's using it for. That's literally what's happening. Yes. Yes, that's what he's saying. In a long-winded way, these next 40 minutes are going to be him saying that exact same thing. The dead side of YouTube. Yep.
present in AI art generation. Therefore, to prove that great amounts of artistry can—
Why does he have so many AI-generated images of his wife? That's weird. Bro, you can go look at her. Go stare at her right now. Stop it. It's weird.
Can absolutely be applied to AI art generation to achieve far greater results than what people are able to achieve without artistic talent and technical knowledge in the program itself. I'm going to take you through step by step, showing the entire process of the creation of one of my AI-assisted art pieces, explaining every single step, also to help other people improve their art and ability to work with this new—
Why is there so many pictures of his wife? His wife is his ultimate OC.
technology. So to demonstrate this process, we are going to be making an image of one of my favorite fictional characters, Supergirl. I had a big crush
One of my favorite fictional characters, Supergirl. Oh my god, they must have no fun sex, bro.
from Supergirl growing up and have a lot of nostalgic connection for this character. And what I love to do is to depict my wife as Supergirl, because that—
Just to continue Shadiversity's line of thinking, we have AI, therefore we no longer need Shadiversity.
that's who she is. She is my Supergirl. She's the most beautiful creature in the world to me, and so I love making art of my wife. She is my muse.
He has his AI wife on his phone background instead of a regular pic.
And I particularly love depicting her in the way that I see her. People don't see what I see when I look at my wife. When I look at my wife, I see the most beautiful creature in the world.
That's beautiful. That's so wholesome.
I see my Supergirl. The first step is to choose
I see my Supergirl. What do people look at when they see your wife, Shad? What do they see? Do they see a fat cow? I'm being really mean because I'm like sick. The way he describes it. Fellas, is it gay to love your wife? Fellas, is it gay to love your wife? Okay. Fellas, is it gay to think your wife is pretty? I think it's really nice that he actually thinks his wife is the most beautiful thing in the world. I think all men who get married should think that their wife is the most beautiful thing in the world, okay? That's fucking nice.
AI image generator. There are multiple ones out there, but I use the local installation of Stable Diffusion in the automatic 1111 interface. The reason why Stable Diffusion is the best is that it enables you to use multiple extensions and add-ons, giving you far more freedom and control, enabling you to achieve the artistic vision you have in your mind. It goes far beyond just trying to describe what you want in a prompt, because the very nature of AI art generators are infinite, and you don't want infinite outputs, you want a specific result. And as soon as you are working towards a specific result, it is quite impossible to get that out of a prompt and a click. It's going to take far more processes to achieve what you want and to make a flawless final image. There are many tutorials in how
Yeah, every woman is his wife. That's a little strange. You should make sure, yeah, his wife, I'd hope his wife is okay with this.
to install Stable Diffusion, and once it's installed, it actually runs through your web browser. You're not going to a separate website, it's literally running locally on your computer. People assume that once you have Stable Diffusion installed, all you need to do is copy someone else's prompt and start spitting out incredible results. This is very far from the truth. Stable Diffusion comes with a base model, which is a set of training parameters that kind of encompasses the brain of the image generator. There are hundreds, going on thousands, of different AI image generating models made by the community at large, and experimenting and finding the best models to achieve the vision that you want is actually a very important part of this process. I've worked with many different models, finding out their strengths and weaknesses, and as a result, I know which model will better help serve me.
I'm sorry, like, you could become an AI prompt master in like a few days versus the years it takes to become a skilled artist. And there's something to be said about taking the time to practice and learn, right? There's something beautiful and therapeutic about like taking a chisel to a rock, and over time that rock becomes something. You know what I mean?
I want to achieve. And to reach the quality that I'm able to achieve, I actually do something that not everyone does with these AI image generators. I use multiple models for the same image, which I'll demonstrate a little later. And so to achieve this end result, I've needed to train a model based on my wife's face. This has been a long and difficult process with many, many failed attempts. The final face models that I have of my wife are the result of hundreds
Can I know what your wife looks like? This is weird.
hours of work. And the process to achieve that is a video in and of itself. At the moment, I have 3 very high quality, workable, usable face models based on my wife that can each achieve a different type of artistic output.
What does your wife look like? What's going on? What's going on? Is she trapped in a closet, bro? What's going on?
And I often use all 3 of them in conjunction to achieve the very best results. First, you need to refine the prompt, and finding the prompt that works best is a process that can take thousands of different tries. Just copying a base prompt that you find
You are
online
over-exaggerating the amount of work it takes to do this, buddy. I'm sorry you are. Like...
not grant you the knowledge of what individual words are doing what to achieve the results, because tweaking the prompt is an important part in guiding the AI to get the results that you want. So knowing how to weight certain prompts, the order of the prompt, the types of keywords are all very, very crucial. Experienced people with these programs know how to tweak the prompt as they generate images, guiding it by altering the prompts to get the results.
It looks like shit, Shad. It looks like shit. Is your wife in the room right now with us? Is she alive? Is she real? Shad, she died 40 years ago.
Results you want, but this is still only the first part of the process. There is still much, much more required, as well as additional things that can drastically affect and change the results, which are called lauras. Lauras are like...
yeah, as long as she's okay with it, then it's whatever.
additions to models that can be applied to any model that have been trained to push the results in a certain direction. And most people who first try Stable Diffusion have no idea what they are, or that there are even different models to use, or the importance of keywords, order, weighting in prompts, and figuring out all of this is actually technical knowledge, skill in using this technology. Even when the technology improves with updates, you need to learn how to use those updates. What is
Bro's carbon footprint is through the roof with generating all these AI wives.
Doing. Oftentimes new extensions need to actually be looked for, found, added to Stable Diffusion, and you then need to learn how to use them. Getting better at using these tools and taking advantage of how this technology gets better is a crucial part in making the best quality art with this technology. So the prompt that we're using here is raw photo, full body image of a beautiful...
Guys, I typed out a paragraph. Come on.
Sci-fi supergirl flying in the sky and wearing a long red pleated skirt and red cape and red boots. Starting with a full descriptive line of the image gives far more weight and guidance to the prompt. This doesn't work with all models though. You have to know the best prompts that work with different models. Then I have...
Yeah, but like, you know, I can't generate a goblin waifu because every time I do that with AI, it just generates an elf that's green.
The line trigger word that generates my wife's face. This trigger word will literally achieve nothing in models that are not trained off of my wife's face, and so for the majority of these first generations, this is doing nothing. Then I start with guiding keywords. These are all very important guiding words of elements that I want in the prompt, and some might confuse you a little, like armor and sci-fi armor, metal top. The type of Supergirl image I want is one that has a more sci-fi looking Supergirl outfit, with detailed gold accents on the top and belt and boots, and these keywords are the exact type of thing that will heavily influence the output, and I've only figured out that they work this way through experimentation. My next prompts are now focused on the actual imagery, the artistic...
You could just like... I'm sorry, this is so stupid. I can't believe he's literally producing a tutorial for his AI wife image.
Style. There are a couple of repeats there that adds additional weight, and some prompts I did learn just work well from
my
other people who work with
wife.
these
My wife.
programs like DSLR. The last part of the prompt, I have two LoRa's working. One is a noise offset which makes better lighting, and the other is a LoRa that adds mecha type technology details. Both these LoRa's are available on Civitia, and the mecha one is particularly awesome when pushed to a further degree, can get some really cool sci-fi results. But I'm
$5 from Fernando H. You know I could go through I for my hyper-specific smut, or I can hand some dough to random artist to do it.
I know. Why wouldn't, like, honestly, there are a lot of porn artists that are actually pretty affordable. Like, it's just, I don't need to pay to like run a personal server of the fucking image gen AI.
using it here just to weight the generation towards a more...
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's his wife's body look like? What's going on? What's going on?
more sci-fi looking outfit specific.
Yeah, and other people made those Loros, so you're doing nothing, Shad. Exactly. That's another great point.
In the metal accent details of the image. So this is the way that I prompt, and the specific order of the different categories of prompts affects the output, and it actually results in an AI-generated artistic style.
I'm so. What was
Of
that
prompts
image
affects
of that
the output,
guy?
and it actually results in an AI-generated.
What? What the fuck?
Generated artistic style. My AI generated images have a particular look to them, and it's the result of the way that I prompt. And I prompt this way because it gives me the results that I want. This is not random. This has been achieved through trial and error experimentation. And yes, someone can just copy and
I hope his wife is a 500-pound butter golem. Hey, come on. His wife didn't do anything wrong. His wife is being put in here against her will. All right, let's be real.
paste this, but they're still not going to get the same results as me, because next is my process. And the next stage in that process is choosing a specific model to generate the first image that is going to be the foundation of the final image. But you might be shocked at how different this first image is compared to how it will look to the final result. After experimenting with multiple different models, I do have to say Rev Animated is one of the very, very best in terms of creative design. Fine details in clothing, lighting, composition. Rev Animated is incredible, but if you're only going to use Rev Animated, you're going to be limited by this model's limitations. It is not a realism model. It is made to make animated looking images. So we are going to be using the
Yeah, I feel like this is like, I feel like we're like dangerously close to approaching him producing fetish art right now.
Strengths of Rev Animated combined with the strengths of other models to achieve what we want. So I start generating a couple of images, and yes, some look good, but they don't have what I'm after. And then I generated this image, and at first I was ready to move on, but I paused because there was something that I saw in this image that I had to go back to. And this is where applying artistic talent is really important. You might not see what I see in this image, but I see potential for a brilliant pose and composition here. It's not actually there, but I see the potential.
Okay. Well, her fingers are fucking weird. The cape is weird and not working. There's a weird flying star in the background. She's like standing on a house, but also in the sky. Fetish art of my wife.
For it. This is hugely important, and it defines such a massive difference in someone who is able to apply an artistic eye to this process versus someone who doesn't have the experience or ability to do so, and they're just limited with the images that they're able to generate. And so with this image, I now have a vision of what I can achieve with it. But to achieve that, that's going to require me editing the image into a far stronger guide to what I want the final image to be. And so to do that, we're going to bring it into Photoshop. But first, we want a more detailed version of this same image. And so we're going to repeat the seed with the exact same prompt, which means we're going to generate the exact same image, but we're going to do the high-res fix, which is going to upscale it using the same seed input, which means the additional detail it's going to add is not going to warp the image away from what we want. So it generates the exact same image, and then you're going to notice that it gets blurry once again. This is what the high-res fix is doing. It adds more noise to the image and then adds greater detail, upscaling it into a larger size. Now that we have this image in Photoshop, I'm going to recompose many of its elements to the image that I want it to be. And I wonder if any of you can actually see what I see in this image, the potential. Take a good look at it. But in any case, I am going.
Look, guys, look at the potential. Look at the potential. Well, it's only wrong anatomy and wrong lighting, okay? I can't find a single picture of this man's wife on the web.
To show you. So I bring the image into Photoshop, and I see that there is a problem with the left shoulder. There is a bit of armor there that doesn't fit, so I'm going to copy the right shoulder over and place it over the left one, just so when I regenerate this image, it's not going to have a silver kind of mark there. It's going to register that no, this is supposed to be blue, and it's going to regenerate the image with the correct shoulder. The right hand has potential, but the left hand is a mess, so...
Okay, but now that, like... Oh, God. He's like so close to understanding the process of just making art. But like he's so far up his own ass.
We're simply going to take the right hand and copy it over to the left one. This doesn't mean that I want the hands to look exactly the same. It just means that the AI is going to have a much stronger guide to make a far more realistic looking hand when we regenerate this image. Now we come to one of the more important parts of this recomposition of the...
Yeah, I feel like he actually is just like really attracted to Supergirl in like a...
image to give a much stronger guide to what I want to achieve, and it's in the cape. There is something really cool here in the cape that has great potential. You might not be able to see it, but you will see it as I alter the image. And part of me altering the cape, I'm also going to be changing the background. I want an image of Supergirl flying through the air, and this actually has a brilliant beginning for a background sky, but the issue is there are buildings in the way, so we're going to edit out the buildings. This is
like, this is so much work. Just draw it. Just draw it, or pay someone to draw it.
is also
It
given
would be faster just to draw his wife as Supergirl, yeah.
the side cape of Supergirl here a much cooler kind of flaring out silhouette, but that silhouette can be improved once we finish off changing the background to a sky. And we're going to be taking out the flaring kind of side of this cape and copying it to the other side, which is going to give a much more striking silhouette to this Supergirl image. Then we're going to crop and center the image so that silhouette is even more striking, and we have the base foundation image of the one that I want to achieve. The vision I have in my mind has now been composed by...
Look at how much effort, like he clearly knows how to use Photoshop. Imagine your husband obsessively using AI generation to make you have BBL proportions.
by hand in Photoshop. This is not the AI doing this. This is me making a hand composition.
Yeah, he said Supergirl with his first crush, yes.
Based off an AI-generated image, making many significant changes to achieve a far greater composition that the AI never would have made on its own. I realized that there was one change that I forgot, and that's the kind of metal stockings that she has on her legs. No, I don't want that. So I'm going to paint over this with a basic skin texture, and notice that I'm adding simple shading to it. Yet even this simple shading does require a knowledge of basic shading principles. And so the previous experience I have in digital coloring is being used to a very significant degree here. Without that, it would have been much, much harder for the AI.
Yeah, Shad, I did that same thing to make you look ugly in my thumbnail, you fuck. It's really not that hard. I learned how to do that in 2 seconds, okay?
To redo the legs in a better, more realistic look, and to have had removed those metal kind of stockings. So I just want you to take a look at the before and after of this image. All these edits were done by hand, or, digital hand. You know what I mean. And already there has been significant human input to get the results that we want. And to say the final image that we're going to get out of this foundation was just made by the AI is
Dude, just dress your wife up as Supergirl.
completely false and disingenuous, but this is only the beginning. There's a lot more involved to get the final results. We have a great composition with dynamic lighting, a good pose, and it's been the combination of using the strengths of the Rev animated model and my own artistic eye and digital illustration ability to achieve it. And so now I want to make this image more realistic, and to do that we need a different checkpoint model. We're going to switch from the Rev animated model to the realistic visions model. So now we take this foundation, this edited version, and put it into the image to image function.
Yeah, if my significant other was remaking my image to be curvier, it hit my ego. Yeah. Yeah. He Delphined his wife. Oh, shit.
Of stable diffusion. The generations now are going to be based off of this foundational image using the realistic visions model. And the result is actually pretty darn cool already.
Bro, why are her tits so pointy?
Many people might be happy with this result, especially
She looks like Greta Thunberg, bro. What's going on?
if they don't have the artistic eye to see all the errors in it, or the ability to fix those errors. We're going to adjust some of the settings here. Knowing how the adjustment is going to affect the output is also very important.
What do you mean? Now you're just guessing. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't know what happens next.
Scale. I want to give the AI a little more freedom in altering it, but not too much. And so I'm going to regenerate the image now. And what I've done right here, knowing how to work the settings to get the results you want, is something that only comes with experience and practice. It is literally a skill that you develop using this new tool. And the final result is...
Why are her tits so pointy? Diesel is cold up there.
Is better. Specifically, look at how much better their hands are, because I was able to give the AI a little more freedom to push...
What's wrong with her foot? Her foot's weird. What's wrong with her foot? The foot looks weird.
it towards the results that I want. But I also changed the feet a little bit, and I like the feet of the original base image a little better, and so I'm going to generate a new image with less freedom to get the feet I want. And so what I'm doing here is I'm generating for different results at different parts of the image. Different settings sometimes gives enough freedom to get a better result.
Artist blackface, like he's pretending to be an artist. Like he's dressing himself up as one. I'd show you guys Klebo's Twitter, but I will definitely get in trouble if I did.
Say on the Superman S, but lower settings will get a better result for the feet. And so then, what am I supposed to do if I like one thing from one image and elements of another one? Well, we're going to combine them. And we do that in Photoshop. And so I have 3 base images that I'm going to work with, and I'm going to grab some of the best elements of each. It's done the foot really, really well in this image, but only the left foot. So I'm going to grab that, and then I'm going to change that into a right foot and add it to the image. Again, the ability to do this requires knowledge of anatomy and proportion. Because I know how to draw feet, I also know how to change and warp this one, so it will match a right foot in the image. Literally photo bashing from the assets I've been able to create from the AI image generator. There are some unnecessary parts, additions on the skirt, that shouldn't be there, so we're going to remove that as well. This is simply having an eye for proportion. proportion and consistency in the image.
No, it's not having an eye for like those are errors. That's an AI error. Okay, it's producing an error when it has all those extra things there that aren't supposed to be there. All right, that's not you having an eye for proportion. That's you being able to recognize issues and inconsistencies in reality.
The skirt is also too short for my liking as well, so we're going to increase
Can he make his wife black in Chinese?
the length, and it doesn't need to be flawless in its quality. It's going to mess up the consistent lines of the pleats of
She's not even sweaty and there isn't sex fog. This sucks.
the skirt, but that actually doesn't matter because what we need is to give the AI a guide so it knows what to fix. That's what we're doing here. And what we want to fix is specifically the length of the skirt. It will be able to fix the pleats on its own if we give it enough freedom, specifically in the denoising strength. There's another area here on the image that you need to have a keener eye to see. Do you see on the right part of the cape how the sky is brighter above the cape but darker underneath? That gives a kind of unnatural transition to the cloud, so we're just going to brighten it a little underneath the cape so it looks more natural. The way the cape connects to the top is also a little inconsistent, and I would actually like kind of metal toggles or something that's going to attach the cape to the outfit. So we're going to add 2 gold lines added by gold accents on the outfit. This means removing certain lines that we don't want on the image and adding
being Mormonized. Oh my god, this is fucking just so boring. God, he's so fucking full of himself.
New lines that we want the AI to latch onto and
He
fix.
made his AI wife too slutty.
We're also going to readjust the color so the AI, again, has a stronger guide to color the image how we want. And here is the before and after of the image with the edits that we have made in Photoshop. There is another significant element that we're going to do here that's going to help improve the quality of this image dramatically. So much so that my graphics card doesn't actually have the power to do it. We want the image to be a higher resolution, which is going to increase the detail.
My graphics card, you literally are just burning electricity. Bro's electricity bill is causing his AI wife pictures to go up in price. Pretty sure he's Christian, not Mormon.
To a large degree. But if my computer isn't strong enough to handle such a high resolution image, how are we going to continue improving the image? Well, the key is using the in-painting feature of Stable Diffusion. The resolution that we're going to increase the image to
Yeah, he has to create AI generated images of his wife being plowed in order for him to jork it, bro.
Is 2000 pixels high on its length. So whatever the width is, it's going to adjust automatically, but the height of the image is now 2000.
Dude, could you imagine if Shadiversity saw this stream and he saw me making a joke about his wife getting fucked? Could you imagine how mad he would be?
Pixels, and we're going to bring that into Stable Diffusion. By using the in-painting feature, the image generator doesn't need to generate a 2000 pixel high image and overtax my computer. It's only going to generate the section of image that I'm highlighting.
Oh my god, Shad, you're so fucking cringe. Thank you for Weezering me, cat.
Which is actually closer to around 700 pixels, not 2000. But it also means that section of image is a higher resolution than what it was. This is actually a more advanced technique that not many people know of who do Stable Diffusion image generation. By increasing the resolution of the image and then using in-paint to generate smaller sections of that image. One, of course, you're able to produce a much higher resolution image from the generation phase, but this also enables you to control and get much higher details, especially smaller details that Stable Diffusion can't usually define or latch onto when the image resolution is.
Yeah, I didn't think cucked by AI was a thing, but here we are. Yeah, I was thinking like, what if he generates AI generated porn of his wife? And then it's like AI generated porn of his wife getting fucked by a black guy. Like, what's his reaction gonna be? like I feel like if I made that AI image, that might make him a little mad, right? Like I feel like we have enough data from this video to take those images of his wife and make that. I'm not saying you should do it. That's mean. And his wife didn't ask for this. But her like data has been put into this AI image gen shit. All right? And I like, that's not good.
It's too low. This can be important with small.
I'm just saying he could do that if he wants. You know, it's consensual between them. I'm not trying to impose
elements of the picture like buckles or buttons or symbols, eyes, and more. And so we're going to regenerate that section of image using the image-to-image feature, so it's using the input image as its base and foundation to be the primary guide for the results. And sometimes the results are very subtle and different.
Next up, blacked Shadiversity's wife.
But as I compare them, I can see that the S works better in one and that the belt looks better in another. And so we're going to bring that image back into Photoshop and we're going to make certain corrections.
No, we're literally, he input an image of his wife and then generated models and then has been using those models of his wife to generate more models of his wife. Yes, this is literally a deep fake of his wife.
Shade transition on the bust is too jarring and it makes them look pointed, and so we're going to smooth those out. We're going to remove certain lines that we don't want on the outfit, and we're going to make the toggles that are connecting the cape consistent on each side, removing certain artifacts and elements on the image that don't make sense, like fixing up the neckline. We're going to bring that image back into Stable Diffusion image to image, and we're going...
Oh, yeah. They've been saying, hey, Diesel, have you seen the AI people posting shit of characters breaking pencils? They censor the pencil like it's a slur. I'm convinced it's unironic. No, I think it's rage bait. I think a lot of it's rage bait. I think a lot of artists also play into the rage debate crap, and that's cringe, and I think it makes a lot of people not want to fuck with you. If you're an artist on Twitter, you should be posting primarily your work and not engaging in your arguments. I think that's probably the best for your business. Some people will post way too many reaction GIFs, way too many memes, or they get in way too many arguments, and it's really annoying, and you shouldn't do it. It's bad for your business if you want to grow, in my opinion. But I do think what the AI guys are doing when they do that is rage bait. I think they're trying to get you to respond deliberately to that stuff.
To lower the settings so it doesn't alter it as much, but using as a guideline for the new image, we're going to generate different results. And it's already looking much better with higher detail. And there are still many additional things that we need to fix. The next stage is fixing the skirt, and so we're going to bring that into in-painting, select the skirt, and adjust the settings to generate a much better, more consistent result. But it's not perfect. There are still edits and fixes that we need to make in Photoshop, so I bring it back into Photoshop and make those fixes. Some of the gold lines have become washed out, so we're going to do another color kind of correction and
Bro
guideline.
spent hours and hours photoshopping this, but if he had just become good at art, it would have been fine the first time.
That on a new layer and adjusting the layer settings so it blends nicer and gives a better guide for the AI. There's also an error on this.
Yeah, art and talking Twitter gotta be separate, 100%.
Seam line of the neck that we're going to fix here, and you might notice the tool that I'm using most of all is the stamp tool in Photoshop. Back into in-painting, we select the top, and we have a better guide to generate the results that we want. I specifically want the top to look less like cloth, but a thicker type of material verging on armor, and so I adjust that in the prompts, giving greater weight to what I want, and look at how the results already look.
Exactly what Axis said, 100%.
More armored or more metallic. And it's so experienced that I now know how adding weight to certain words in the prompt will affect the image. This is one of the reasons why I have far more control in producing the images that I want over a person who just copied and pasted a prompt and doesn't actually know how those words in the prompt is affecting the finer results of the image generation. And therefore they don't know what words to emphasize or de-emphasize, to add or remove, to get far more refined and specific results. It's knowing how to make subtle differences like this, how to guide the AI to the image that you have in your mind, that is so important, that enables you to get.
Yeah, I unfollowed artists because they post too much about politics, and it's like I usually agree with them, but that's not what I'm here for. Yeah, it's like the same thing with like what I do, right? Like I do drama. Like I'm fully aware that you guys come here to see me do stuff like this. Like I'm not surprised this stream is doing better than my previous stream where I just played games with friends. I'm not surprised at all by any of that. Like you got to understand what your audience wants. Right, like there's a reason, like my homie Toxic, she has like 2 Twitters, one for not safe for work and one for safe for work stuff, and she primarily posts her work, and she doesn't get into like spurgy debates. That's a very deliberate decision she made.
More specific results, and it also proves that getting these specific results is literally.
Wait a second, hold on.
Important that enables you to get
pause,
more
guys.
specific
Hold on.
results.
Wait
and
until
it
we
also
see the images. Wait. I could have sworn I saw the words large breast. Hold on. Flying in the sky, science fiction, sci-fi, golden blonde, long hair. Oops. Wait, he forgot to blur out her name. It's Mary Brooks. One girl, skinny girl, slim, wide hips, double parentheses brackets, large breasts, muscular superhero. He's putting larger breasts on his wife. He's putting bigger breasts on his wife. He put big breasts on his wife, bro. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh no, that's not very Christian of you, bro. Yeah, I'd like to generate an AI image of my wife with birthing hips. And that she's skinnier and has larger breasts and also muscular, please.
proves that getting these specific results is literally impossible for the AI generator on its own. It's requiring such constant guidance and human input. This literally feels like me making changes on a canvas with a brush. And based on the results, I go back into the prompt, changing it, making greater weights and differences, continually refining towards the result that I want. And we finally have a much better image, which is the direct result of very intentional action taken by myself. This wasn't the AI pushing for these results, that was me, as if I had a
My wife is the most beautiful creature, proceeds to change everything about her.
digital brush remaking the image. Still not perfect, we need to make some fixes in Photoshop. Removing lines, artifacts, defining certain shapes, fixing up colors, and more. Back into image to image, we're going to do another generation, but with a much lower setting, because we don't want the AI to change the image too much.
Searching up his wife's name instantly gives you an old dead woman, so that might be why he's using AI.
At this point. But what we want is for the AI to blend all those edits together so they look seamless. And look at the result here. This is so much better. In fact, the top is basically done. It's easily of high enough quality that many people would be happy with. I'm going to make some additional edits a little later on, but we are ready to move on to other elements of the image, like fixing up the skin tone on the legs, fixing up the hands and so they look far better and more realistic. This again is literally digital illustration that I'm applying to the image. We're going to fix up the color in certain parts as well, and then even make more significant changes to the color because I actually want red cuffs instead of pure gold. So this is a matter of adding a color layer and adjusting the layer settings to change the color from underneath, but using the same texture and shading. Back into image to image, and then I'm going to regenerate the hand and cuffs. But I want the prompt to guide it in the direction where I want, and there is a lot of elements in the prompt that are completely unnecessary for hands. I first need to add detailed hands to the prompt for it to give it a focal point that I'm generating hands here, and then I can remove a lot of the other unneeded elements. And now the hands are looking much better. But the cuffs don't look
He gave her bigger breasts. I can't believe that. That's so fucking funny.
metallic enough or armored enough, so I'm going to regenerate those with the mecha Laura added back in, which is going to make it look more metallic. And with that, we're almost done the larger elements, bringing the image into a higher resolution, and the next crucial stage is to generate a high resolution and more detailed face. But of course, we're going to be giving this image the face of my wife, and so I'm going to load in the model that I personally trained, and we're going to use that in image to image to generate my wife's face. And I'm going to adjust the prompt to give her the expression that I want. I want her smiling. My wife has one of the most beautiful smiles in the world, and so we generate it several times.
My wife has one of the most beautiful smiles in the world. Gives her larger breasts.
With different settings until we have a face that is actually looking really, really nice. And the image could be considered mostly complete at this point, but I'm a perfectionist and I'm an artist.
Bro, she's got the Yassify smile, bro. She's got like that fake like Snapchat filter smile.
I want this image to be as good as possible. This is the difference between someone with an artistic eye, an eye for proportion and detail, versus someone who doesn't. There are many people who will look at this image and not be able to see any additional errors or flaws, and that can be well enough. I think someone would have every right to be proud of the final result and quality of this image. It is beautiful, but there is a difference between making good AI art and making some of the best. I want the top to look a bit more like armor, and so I'm going to start regenerating the top with a greater weight on armor, with the mecha Laura added back in. And there are some interesting results with good potential. I'm going to combine some of the best features of both. The chest and center
Oh, the large breasts are back,
this image
guys.
is really, really good, but the wrinkles on the
Large
side were
breasts
awful,
are
and so I'm
back.
going to bring in the side parts of the body from another image. I'm going to clean up and reposition some of the line work, bring back the gold highlights.
Bad. All right, yeah.
High detailed, truly stunning pieces of art of my own characters and stories. These AI art generators do not need to be feared. When used in combination with your artistic ability,
Okay, like that's obviously not great looking. The anatomy is like doo doo caca poo poo, but like what is that? Like that's nothing. Like this is clearly medieval dress. This is an anime schoolgirl. Okay, this is literally a sailor outfit. Like this says Middle Ages. This says 21st century Japan. Okay, like these two things are conveying something completely different.
artists can get the very best results.
Christ girl. AI Christ girl. She got like 2 camel toes going on right now.
Out of AI art generators. They can be the most incredible tools for artists. And if artists...
You know what? I just noticed something about this drawing. She's holding a sword, but then she also has a sword in the scabbard. Why does she have 2?
are worried about getting replaced, they need to understand that they have the ability to make the very best AI art. And they could never be replaced when they're still making the very best quality at a competitive rate, speed, and quantity to what many industries are looking for and want.
Yeah, but like also I still think an artist is going to be able to produce better shit. Period. At least right now.
And that's just the commercial industry side of this discussion. The claim that AI art is in no way art at all
Diesel,
is
I
a
have
statement
a
of profound
comic to
ignorance
show
and
you.
elitism. And people can believe that. I just know it's not true, because I know I continually experience deep artistic satisfaction from the things I am able to create with these incredible tools. Because look at this final image. How could anyone say that it is made by AI?
It looks like it's made by AI, 1. 2, her eyes look weird. They look really weird. All right. What else if I want to nitpick? Her fingers on the right, what is that? The left hand, they just seem to stop. Oh, shit. There's like weird extra pleating where there doesn't need to be. Yeah, the nipple shadow. Yeah, her face is weird. Something's wrong about her smile. The cape still looks weird. Yeah. Yeah, the hand definitely looks off. Her face is the biggest dead ringer, though, right? Like, aside from the fact that it's just, like, super smooth, and that's not how women's faces look. I prefer stylized art styles. Yeah, same.
When it's literally impossible for the AI to have made it. You saw how much human input was involved to create this image, this piece of art. I hope everyone who's watched this video now knows that no, this is a piece of art made by me, made by a human, using tools in combination with other artistic tools like Photoshop and my own artistic ability. It is still human-made art.
Oh boy, I'd love to see what this 8-minute video is, and I'm not watching an hour-long video because it's long.
Is it theft and a breach of copyright to
I've
you?
just gotten sent something, I'm guessing, and I'm guessing it's not gonna be good. This is very funny, Greg. This is very funny. Diesel, what did you just said? It's not related.
Use copyrighted images in the training of AI image generating models. Many believe that it is theft because those images must be downloaded and saved onto a computer, which is a type of illegal storage, duplication, or reproduction, in essence, copying without the consent of the copyright owner. Also, that it is illegal to materially incorporate someone else's intellectual property in the development of a for-profit product without a license or consent of the owner. Firstly, it is actually legal to download publicly available copyrighted images for certain uses, reference, or learning based on the use and intent, especially if you could simply save the website address to look up that image every time you wanted to reference it. Also, every computer downloads every image it presents on screen. It is often saved on your computer and in many cases stored whether you did it manually or not. If the duplication, copying, or storage of copyrighted images was illegal, you would be breaking the law every time you looked at an image online. Clearly, it is about the context of use, specifically fair use. Fair use is a defense that can validate anyone to use and indeed copy other people's copyrighted material depending on these factors. The purpose...
Okay, even before we can get into this discussion, right? One thing I do want to mention is that us as internet users made a huge mistake in the early 2000s. When we did those terms of service things that we all signed up for, we needed to not agree to those. And I know that sounds like a big, like, what are you talking about? We sold away our data to these companies for the ease of use of the products they were providing. And this is part of why these AI models have so much data to train their image gens off of. Okay? The reason they have so much input is because we all made a humongous mistake in saying it's okay for them to take this data from us. Your data is worth something to a lot of these companies. They want to know what you do, all of these things, so they can better advertise to you and make money. Okay? We should have not done that, and we should be championing for the rights to our data and our ability to protect that data way more. And the fact that it is not something super popular needs to change. Okay? You need to be able to protect your data. All right? A lot of these companies want to use it for purposes that you probably don't want them to use it for. Okay? The argument is unethical, not that it's illegal. Some artists do say that it's illegal, right? Like, the problem is that a lot of the people debating this are, 1, not experts, 2, not lawyers, and 3, neither am I either of those things.
character of use. Is it transformed enough from the original? The nature of the copyrighted work. Was it private material or already distributed to the public? Did viewing the material cost money or was it freely available? The amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, and the effect of the use upon the potential market for...
So if I make an AI model that's trained on Shadiversity's videos, and I use that AI model to produce an AI channel called Shadiversity, right? Or like AI-versity, and the channel starts outperforming Shadiversity, I have a feeling that would start to really fucking annoy him. Okay?
or value of the copyrighted work. Fair use defense can be validated in court if the
$4.99 from cat was taken. Okay, AI now generate an image of my wife getting an education. Big boob. Boing boing. Encyclopedia.
Boing boing.
use satisfies enough even one of these allowances. The most significant factors in fair use of copyrighted material in the training process of AI image generation is the level of transformation of that material and the amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole. So with fair use in mind, the issues are thus. First, is it legal to obtain copyrighted images that are available to be viewed by the public via downloading and storing the images in the...
No, see, the thing is that some guy that makes a video that's always like, people who make political videos always do this thing where they create a guy, you know what I mean? That doesn't exist. Like, that guy didn't exist before this, you know? Like, this is the making up a guy, like, tweet. You know what I mean? Like, when they just make up something. Like, this, Shad just created a guy to have an argument against. It's what we call a straw man, but, you know, I'm trying to, like, make it better for you Zoomers. Okay, I'm gonna go take a piss, and then we'll go over to Night's Watch. Because who doesn't want to talk about that drama? I'll be back in like 5 seconds, guys. What's this? House music? No. Wait, hold on. I'm looking. Okay, I'll be back now. Hey gamers, I am back. Ugh, shit, I feel like doo-doo poo-poo, bro, but I want to keep streaming. You're all the voices in my head right now. Oh my god. Okay. I feel like if I jumped right into the Gamergate 2 video, we'd be here for like a billion years. Because I would need to give so much background context to why there's a sequel. Yes, your shit posts are emotes now, Cat. Oh shit. Maybe the Stellar Blade one would be a really easy one to talk about. That one wouldn't be bad. Full review of Frozen Empire, the new Ghostbusters movie. The Force is female. Looks awful and cringe. He's got a 2-guy podcast. Wait, there's a Gamergate too. Like I said, guys, we'd be here all day. We'd be here all day. I couldn't even begin. But, we'll open up the Stellar Blade one. Oh, we haven't even gotten to the Shad AI channel. This guy is such a fucking loser. To hide their game and pretend their game isn't woke. Oh my god. We need to talk about disability in fantasy. I want to talk about that, actually. Because I am a DM. I am somebody who's very passionate about the tabletop community. So I actually am very curious to see what he has to say. Okay. First off, let me give my opinion on this. Rule of cool outlaws all rules of make sense, right? I have players with disabilities sometimes. Not all the time. I have had players with disabilities at my table. And they never want to play a disabled character. I think there's something to be said about that. People play D&D as a fantasy. There's been a growing trend in that field to make it therapy. I don't know if that's particularly healthy for people. I think that can be a little dangerous, and kind of defeats the purpose of joy. Depending on the setting, depends on how you want to deal with disability. If we're talking about D&D, that is generally pretty high fantasy. Most cities are very Renaissance, and outside of cities in D&D is pretty Wild West. How wheelchair accessible you make a world is probably dependent on your players, right? I think it's fine in a fantasy setting as long as it matches the world and technology level. Yeah, that's really where it is. I've had disabled NPCs that I have played. I have used non-binary and trans NPCs that I have played. It depends what you want to do, right? There are ways to do so in Cyberpunk, for example, there is a cyber chair, right? And so basically the way it works is because the world isn't wheelchair accessible, what you do is you have like a chair with spider legs that you go around on. So that's how they do that. And I think that's a much more interesting way to do it. A lot of those accessibility things, Mike Pondsmith made a lot of Cyberpunk Red with a group of actually primarily disabled individuals. They all were missing either limbs or something like that, or were bound to wheelchairs, stuff like that, right? I'd say if you want to play a character in a wheelchair, or you're somebody who is in a wheelchair and wants to play a character in a wheelchair, just say yeah. I don't think we really need to sit around and talk about the minutia of how does a disabled character enter a bar or go up the stairs. They just go up the stairs. I don't think we need to sit around and, you know, go through all this work to make it accessible. We just need to say that it is, right? There's a difference between like gamifying it and like just doing it, right? So stuff can just be flavor. It doesn't need to have mechanics tied to it. And I would argue you probably don't want to tie mechanics to that because that could be a little inappropriate, in my opinion. Yeah, kind of like overplaying the idea of disabilities in TTRPGs. Yeah. They can crawl. They should still be impacted by the same stats that people can be impacted by. Like if you're sitting in your wheelchair, you're standing, right? And if you're crawling, if you're prone in D&D, you're knocked over. That's what it is, right? Some things don't need a stack block associated to it. Yeah, that's really where I'm at. I don't necessarily know if WotC has implemented rules associated with that. Do you always get disadvantage on acrobatics checks? No. I would say no. Depending on the setting, depends on how I would handle disability, right? Just drift on the railing. That's actually kind of cool. Right? But I would argue a majority of my players who've been at my table with disability have not wanted to play disabled characters. I think the amount of people who are disabled and want to play disabled characters is pretty small. Maybe I've seen more players who are able want to play somebody disabled, but that's different, okay? I find I tend to try and work my issues with ADHD into my characters. See, I think as players and DMs, you need to put less of your trauma into your characters. I think that's kind of a over... I mean, it's a meme, but it happens way too much, and it needs to stop happening because I do not think it is good for people. And yeah, it's escapist fun at the end of the day. I think it would be inappropriate to make a stat block for a wheelchair. But it's a fantasy game. If you want to play a character in a wheelchair, I'll just say you're in a wheelchair. Nothing changes for you. It's just when I describe something, you're in a wheelchair. That's it, right? But yeah, I've played blind characters, but yeah, I wouldn't give them their own trauma. Don't give them your trauma. Yeah, the DM is not a therapist. It stands for Dungeon Master, not Dungeon Therapist. But let's just listen to what this is, right?
Invisibility.
Welcome back to The Watch, and that applies to you, our wonderful audience, as well as you, Oz. Welcome back.
I've always been here in spirit. You just couldn't see me because
Yes.
I'm cloaked in invisibility.
Is that why I was always feeling a bit more retarded than normal?
I was touching you in the brain.
It's good to have him back.
Now, that was retarded what I just said.
Yes.
Let's see some more... Okay, maybe not retarded, but...
I know I've said retarded on occasion, but I have a feeling that these guys are going to completely use up their R-slur bass. Dungeon mommy. I'll be your DD, your dungeon daddy if you want. I'm Chat's dungeon daddy, let's be real.
Okay, look, as...
I'm sorry, that bro looks like a fucking gnome. What the fuck? His teeth are all so fucked up. Go see a dentist. I know that's mean. I shouldn't say that.
This is an interesting topic, okay? Disability and fantasy, specifically wheelchairs, okay?
I'm okay with it in steampunk.
I'm okay with them as steampunk. Who gives a fuck if they're in D&D, you fucking loser?
Yeah, as long as it's got, like, mechanical legs.
Yeah, as long as there's some steam or punk on the...
Yeah, Nani gave me the pass. Bo Blacks gave me the pass. It's okay.
There are layers to this. And what's kind of odd about this, people might not be aware,
I think you would guess for half of. Both Oz and I are disabled.
Both you got you both of us are disabled. Okay, well, first of all, Shad, I don't know how I feel about your disability. Okay, but
that's why I said they could guess half.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, Oz.
yeah. I'm
unless that guy can't walk, I don't want to hear his opinion on this, right?
impotent. What have you got?
Sorry.
Wow.
I know this is the thing, right? I have chronic fatigue, and a lot of people aren't aware that is like it's a full disability. I put on that brave face and push through it for videos, but those videos wreck me for like.
In a medieval setting, it's called a wheelbarrow, not a wheelchair. That's really cute, actually. I like the idea of it being a wheelbarrow.
Days and weeks, and then there are weeks that
it's like a wheelbarrow, and he uses like either his weapon or like an oar to like get around places. You know, like he's like.
I'm just not able where I can barely walk, and sometimes I need to, get by.
So Diesel is a dungeon thaddy therapist of comes a lot, yes.
With a walking cane, okay? So I actually am coming from someone who has a diagnosed disability.
Yeah, and I am Oz, and a lot of people aren't aware that that's a full disability.
But you have ADD.
ADHD.
Okay, guys. All right, okay. So you're not neurotypical, all right? But like
Type C, combined type, which is everything. And mine's kind of the opposite to yours. See, I didn't sleep last night. Yeah, I've never felt more alive, So, yeah.
So alive, you decided to come to work 4 hours early.
Well, I didn't sleep last night. I lost track of time.
So, as a disabled person, right, if I had the option to overcome my disability, I would take it instantly. Yep. Like, imagine if there was, like, magical...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I will say that. Yeah, no one talks about their disability this much who isn't exaggerating it, right? I will say this. When speaking to my friends that do have a disability, they're the kind of people who are like, if I could, like, make it go away in an instant, I would take it, right? I think most people are like that. And I think these people that are, like, really feel empowered, even though they have a disability, is great. But I think there does come a point where they start to fetishize it to the point where it's a little inappropriate or a little strange, where it's like, I'm deaf and proud. It's like, yeah, but what if you could hear? It's like, why would you ever suggest that? Like, that's weird. No, why? It's the people who act like their disabilities are the whole character, which I don't know if these two people qualify as that, but I don't have a total valid opinion on this, but I remember when I had Guillain-Barré, I literally could not walk a few steps without falling. I just don't know if I would want to use a wheelchair. Yes, he is the sword guy. I have fibromyalgia. If I could make it disappear, I would in a heartbeat. You wouldn't want to play a D&D character with fibromyalgia, I'm guessing, right?
Healing in the world, Oz. That could heal my ailments.
Yeah, I'm not ashamed of them, but my life would be easier. Yeah, and I think a lot of people think like that. But there are these crazy people on Twitter who are not like that.
I would take that.
But I think you should have the option to play somebody in a wheelchair, right? Like,
and it would seem a little unrealistic that you wouldn't take that opportunity, because one of the things about disability is that we need to learn to live with them. But if we could, overcome them in any way, and sometimes we work in our lives to be able to overcome them or do better, right? If we had that opportunity, most people, would you agree, would take that opportunity?
Yeah, I would probably climb over the disabled people that were blocking my path if I could overcome them. I'm kidding. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. I want to be stronger and not use my disability as a crutch.
And personally, I don't need...
This kind of feels like the Quartering's black dad argument, you know what I mean?
To see my disability represented in media, okay? And it wouldn't make sense to have a knight suffering from chronic fatigue in a fantasy film.
Well, that would be kind of interesting to see basically any character suffering from ADHD. We're generally pretty,
Yeah, I think you could do ADD in a film.
Yeah.
That could work. Yeah. But okay, so this...
I'll be honest, I honestly don't see a lot of characters represented with ADHD, if I'm being frank. I don't know, so we have 2 settings we're working on. Obviously, the Wild West one is coming up. But then there's also a sci-fi one. The sci-fi one, I've put a lot more effort into it being, like, diverse. And that was meant from the start because it's a global setting. So, like when you see and meet the characters for that setting, like I am going to list the pronouns for them, but that was a deliberate creative choice because of how impactful that sci-fi setting is going to be to everybody. So there needs to be large, like you need to see it from all these different perspectives to really get a feel for it. The Wild West setting probably isn't going to have that, but I really haven't tackled with whether or not I would add characters that are different like that. There are disabled characters, but you know, it's not something, I don't ever make a character with the intention of making them disabled. That's never usually the first thing.
Tweet appeared online, and it's they have a magic user in a wheelchair, and it says accepting the existence of magic in fantasy settings should not be easier than accepting the existence of a disabled people in a fantasy setting. And it's not saying that there might be people with certain disabilities in a fantasy setting. This is about an adventuring heroic character, okay, in a wheelchair might make it a bit more difficult. Like certain disabilities.
Yeah, it would make it a bit more difficult, but have you ever heard of Professor X? Like, Jesus, fuck. He's not always sitting in the fucking room doing nothing.
Just the unfortunate reality exclude you from doing certain things.
All my Skyrim characters look like they have Down syndrome.
Why is that?
I think it's hilarious.
The guy is a fucking loser. I don't know who this guy in the red cloak is, but he's a fucking dweeb. See, now that looks stupid because it's a modern wheelchair. That guy is a fucking bumpkin.
And the Dragonborn! First right there!
I want to hit him with a bat. I can't say that on stream, can I? Sorry, it just came out. I couldn't hold it in anymore.
It's not because you don't want to see yourself in the game.
Only represented. Oh, man. But I'm just sitting here thinking, wheelchair access, how are you going to get to High Hrothgar, the throat of the world in Skyrim? It's not wheelchair accessible.
Exactly. There's a couple of things that adventurer needs to do that being in a wheelchair makes it a bit difficult. That's just the first thing. Yeah, maybe there wasn't magic for them to be healed or it's a permanent thing. That would kind of... And the odd thing is, this is fantasy. You do not need to be in a wheelchair when you make a character.
Yeah, but what if you want to play someone in a wheelchair, you fucking asshole?
And I see very, very few people who actually have a disability saying, I want to see myself represented. For the vast majority, it seems to be really overly sensitive, virtue signaling, you know, white women usually, but it doesn't...
So the white women at it again, chat. The white women at it again. I hate these like videos about D&D because I went on a humongous rant about the quartering for this exact thing. Because he didn't remember lore about a character from 3.5 that was reworked for like D&D 5th edition. Okay.
$5 from Axis 1247, huh? Diesel, you're telling me you don't use the Blizzard Index for diverse and inclusive character design?
No, sometimes the characters are just non-binary. It just happens.
Need a bit, but it's the people who are pushing the woke agenda where I want to show just how accepting I am of everyone that is pushing this. And then people with the disability get offended by it. It's like, hang on, are you saying that I want my disability?
Yeah, the problem, like the it's fantasy argument can work both ways. Honestly, you could argue for inclusivity because who gives a shit, or you could argue against it because it's fantasy and blah blah blah.
Ability to be a permanent thing, and that I celebrate it. It's like, so did you hear what happened with Doctor Who recently?
No.
Okay, so Davros is a bad guy in Doctor Who. He's the guy who created the Daleks, really bad guy. He is effectively in a wheelchair, but it's actually the bottom half of a Dalek.
Oh, I did see this, yeah.
They took him out of that because they felt it was ableist, meaning it was, I don't know, bigoted against disabled people, to have an evil character in a wheelchair.
I'm sure some of you are like massive Doctor Who dweebs. I know I had a conversation about this recently with somebody.
Mr. Glass from Unbreakable. You know, he was a great one.
Okay, like it can be done, but this was just bizarre. And the fact that they did that offended a lot of people in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
Like who have that physical disabilities. And then they had this person in a wheelchair who has like rockets shooting out. This is a separate person and everything. And again, it came off as pandering to people who actually have this disability.
We
on,
just did a whole
my
bunch
disability
of
isn't something to be celebrated.
AI shit. Be inclusive in D&D. Add a short character that's not a dwarf or no.
or something to want to have, right? If they could overcome their disability, they would, all right? And guess what? When you make a fantasy character, you can make them without that disability in a way to overcome it, right?
Yeah, and that's what fantasy is all about. It's about, again, it's the heroic sort of, you know, it's a different realm, you know? It's not current era.
Do you know there?
Yeah, it's a different realm, so who gives a shit? Why are you arguing against that? Like, here's the thing. If it wasn't Dungeons and Dragons, I wouldn't have so much of a problem with it, because D&D is a system and set of rules. The dressing you put around that is all up to the DM. If the DM says the wheelchair's cool, they're cool. If the wheelchair says make it, or if the DM says wheelchairs need to be, you know, represented in a way that's historically accurate to the current point in time, then that's what you do, right? It's up to the DM. Like, if the DM wants to include like racism or anything like that, that's something like you work out with your players in the beginning in a session 0. But whether or not like you put those things there is done like way before, and it is like up to the person. We don't need to do what WotC says. Okay, I don't do what WotC says. My games include fucking racism. They include serious adult topics. The NNNs, which is the comic that some of you might have read that Cat and Hal produced. Cyberpunk is a world that includes racism, sexism, all kinds of phobias, sex crime, of varying degrees, murder of the violent proportions, like all these things. And a lot of the characters that we play in those sessions now, in those sessions, it's usually Hal, Kat, and Mishi, 3 women. One of their favorite characters is an NPC I play called Lucky. Lucky is a serial killing rapist murderer. And they love this character. They find him super, super interesting. So do I. I enjoy Lucky. These are all characters that I've talked with them about doing a one-shot on stream. But that's some serious shit. Now, this is like something you work out with your players beforehand to determine whether or not it's okay, right? But like, this is something that's determined at the table. It's not determined in the rule books. If D&D and WotC say this is how it should be, that's not a Bible. That's a rule book. Rules are meant to be broken. Okay, TTRPGs are a method for roleplay and fantasy and adding structure to fantasy, right? They don't need to be specific about these things. Okay, we don't need to follow them.
There are some people in the world that actually want to be disabled.
Yeah, I've seen this, and some licensed doctors have helped them do it,
which is insane.
Yeah,
and it's a
okay. Well, that's like crazy, but that's like the ultimate 1% of the 1%. This feels like such a pointless conversation. Like a personally crafted fake universe you play it as a fucking sandbox. It's not like we're arguing about history or some shit. I know, but this is the kind of shit that happens all the fucking time. These people are stupid.
Their desire to actually want to be disabled, to either mutilate them, sometimes they want to be an amputee, and they seek actually getting that's a mental illness. Someone wanting to chop off a body limb, I'm going to stop right there.
I'm just sorry.
Cat, I have a meeting with the ladies at the beginning of this next
D&D
week.
Part 2 coming soon, he said 5 months ago.
There's something that's playing over again in my head. There's 2 jokes.
I think people can understand, like, chopping off body limbs, I just feel probably not the best idea. That's you know.
You might want to hold on to that in case you want to respec later. Respec or reclass.
Respec later. Yeah. Okay. But there are people who want to have disabilities, right? And this is kind of like celebrating the disability when it's actually, it's a thing to understand that people, you know, have these things that they deal with, that they would choose.
Okay. So the argument for including disability in TTRPGs is so that way we can normalize it. So that way people can walk around in daily life and go, oh, these people exist, right? Like, they're real. Like, people in wheelchairs exist. People with vitiligo exist, right? There are a lot of people who don't realize that, right? So that's the reason to include them, all right? Have I told you the biggest geek in commentary? I know I am.
Used to overcome, okay? And kind of...
I'm also one of the best looking, but, you know, we don't talk about that very much.
Instilling it or accepting or injecting it into fantasy now is kind of like in the same narrative of
Yeah, but if they choose to chop off their arms in game, that should be allowed to. Don't be a cuck DM. Go hard. Yeah.
Celebrating it and encouraging people that, never overcome, it's just going to be that way. And I think technology is evolving in vast, incredible ways. Do you know that there are people who are like paralyzed, who can't walk, right? That can use exoskeletons to actually get around.
I saw one the other day where they had like a visor on a dude who was actually able to see with it.
Yeah. Like crazy stuff, helping people overcome disabilities, right? Magic might just be one of those things, okay?
Yeah, okay. Listen, here's the thing. If we legitimately... Shad, this is so stupid. This is fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid. You're a fucking moron. Okay, if we really wanted to get into the logistics of how magic would impact the socioeconomic and geopolitical statuses of fantasy worlds like D&D, we could, right? Like, Jesus Christ, for example, why would anybody light anything on fire when you can cast Firebolt on a fire, right? Why wouldn't you use prestidigitation to absolutely ruin an economy in an instant? Okay, why wouldn't the guy who creates Grant Wish just cast Wish on himself and wish to be god of the universe and everything that is, right? Like, like it doesn't make any sense. Like, the thing is that, yeah, if we actually thought about it, wouldn't it make sense to raise undead and then use a bunch of undead slave army for your manufacturing plant to increase the production of swords? Yeah, all these things are possible, right? But that's not what the fantasy is there to represent. The world exists for the players, nothing else, Shad. If the players want to have a fucking stupid fucking wheelchair, let them have a stupid fucking wheelchair.
And so this tweet got around, and I think one of the replies was kind of funny. Did you want to read this one?
Sarah, drink the health potion and walk. I'm tired of you being a liability just because you think it'll be ableist to kill yourself. Steve nearly got stabbed to death last week because you couldn't get up the stairs in time. I'm just...
Yeah, why? Okay, if you have a DM who's like, you can't walk up the stairs, you're disabled, you have a shitty DM. I'm sorry, you just do.
Picturing like this, right? It's like, okay. He's like, for Frodo.
See, the thing is I don't think health potions make you regrow a limb. Okay? Like, like, if you have broken nerves and you're like disabled from the waist down in D&D, you don't instantly get the ability to walk again. Okay? Because that injury goes beyond like a cut or a stab.
$9.99 from Red Kitten. What you mean we don't talk about how you're the handsomest man in commentary?
Oh, thank you, Red Kid. I was just fishing for a compliment.
Now, there are some elements of the enjoyment of the fantasy genre where, of course, you would absolutely make provision for it. Live action roleplay, okay? You don't want to exclude people who have disabilities from enjoying live action roleplay and stuff like that. And
obviously.
So I would happily construct the reality to try and accommodate them for the setting, right? But in an actual narrative-based thing where you are not acting something out and you can be anyone, sky's the limit.
If you're writing a book and you want to tackle the aspect of being a disabled person or a paraplegic in a fantasy setting, go right the fuck ahead. But if we're talking about a tabletop RPG, like, obviously you want to tell a story as a DM, but you should first and foremost make sure that your players are enjoying themselves. Yeah, Revivify and True Resurrection are very different spells for a reason. Exactly.
Okay. You can see why people are like, not only does this not make sense, it comes off as...
I don't know much about D&D, but they're acting like disabled people wouldn't exist in fantasy worlds, which is crazy since there's usually combat in it, right? Yes.
Pandering and insulting to people with disability.
Although I do always respect those gamers out there who pick male warrior stock standard every time. You gotta respect it.
It's fun. I kind of do that a lot. I mean, my favorite character class is human warrior.
$2 from Cat was taken. Roll for charisma to see if chat believes arcane words.
Human is my most default character class. Sorry, race that I go to.
I always pick elf because I want to know what it would be.
Kind of sounds like this guy doesn't care about his players. He cares about the world he wants to portray. And I don't play D&D, but that sounds like a bad time to me. Yeah.
Be like to live with that body mass index because I'll never reach it.
Diesel, how do you as a DM tackle the wheelchair? Tackle the wheelchair. How do you tackle the disabled? It depends on the disability, but if we're talking about a wheelchair specifically, like I said earlier, Just let them have it. Like, we don't need to, you know. Okay, if the players need to walk up a set of stairs, the guy in the wheelchair goes up the stairs with the party. He doesn't stay at the bottom of the stairs. You don't go, you're in a wheelchair. You can't go up and spend time with the rest of the party. I need to separate you. Because as a DM, you should know that separating a party is going to make things harder. Okay? So you can come up with 1,000,001 ways to do it. But you're going to let that guy in the wheelchair go up because you don't want to go through the fucking hassle of switching back and forth between the two people. Okay? You don't want to go from group A to group B, the guy with the disability. Okay? You don't want to do that.
So it's bizarre. This kind of ableist narrative is now jumping the shark and going too far to the fact that people with disabilities are legitimately getting insulted with it. It's like, hang on, are you telling me that I wouldn't want to overcome this? And then there are people who celebrate the disability and would choose to be disabled over being normal. For what then?
Yeah, it's just you want to get to the stuff that's the most interesting for your players quickly, right? You want to keep them engaged. I feel, especially as somebody who plays D&D primarily online, you don't want to produce a lot of dead air, because what happens is your players will just go scroll on Twitter or just go play a game while you're, narrating some bullshit encounter that isn't necessary. So you want to keep the narrative beats really one after the other punchy. You want to keep everything all the stakes pretty high, right? So you don't want to present a situation where it's like, how are you going to get the guy up the fucking stairs because he's in a wheelchair? He goes up the stairs. He just goes up the stairs. All right. However you want to contextualize that in the setting, go ahead. Magical wheels on the wheelchair. Do whatever the fuck you want. But it's a matter of expediency and convenience for the party and the DM, because you want to keep those people together, because separating them is going to make it really hard. I almost always try to keep my players together because separating them will make it really fucking ridiculous and annoying. That's one of the hardest parts in Cyberpunk, is running encounters where the net runner needs to jack into something, because then they all have to be separated in two separate situations.
I'm genuine. If people want to be disabled, why?
I mean, I can't imagine doing it in a game, right? But there is one time it was done pretty well. Brand Stark, I'm sure you would agree.
Yeah.
But that was, again, for the story itself,
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it can't fit into the story narrative way, but this is like saying you must, if you do not put, if you do not, open up your vision to have people with disabilities or in wheelchairs in a fantasy setting, you're just being ableist.
Okay, but that's not what the tweet that you showed earlier was saying. It wasn't showing if you don't. That's not what it was saying. Like, you're making a guy again. You're literally just making a guy again.
No.
Have you seen the meme where it's like, you can accept, elves and dwarves, but you can't accept the new, Tesla in Lord of the Rings? Have you seen that one? It's the same thing, man.
It is the same thing. It's like...
No, it's not the same thing. Yeah, just themed a wheelchair around a setting. A Tesla in a wheelchair is literally apples and nuclear bombs, bro.
Hang on, these worlds have internal consistency with their rules, okay? And that's why having, say, dark-skinned elves in Lord of the Rings doesn't fit that setting, but having dark-skinned elves in Dungeons & Dragons, the film...
You just sounded instantly super racist. I get why, though. The elves in Lord of the Rings are supposed to be, fair-skinned. Excuse me, not fair-skinned. They're supposed to be Caucasian.
Film, perfectly fine.
Yeah, or even Skyrim, the Dark Elves.
Exactly. Setting sets the rules. And they're trying to say that you're ableist if your setting simply doesn't allow for people in wheelchairs or disabilities. But a lot of the settings have ways to overcome it. And then...
Okay. See, guys, when you go out to make a fantasy setting, especially with the intent of having other people to play it, I deliberately craft the things that I make with the intention of inclusivity, right? But I'm not trying to hit some the Blizzard diversity index. Okay, it just is. These things just are, because they just are in our reality. Some people just are trans. Some people just are disabled. You don't need to contextualize it with a big fucking jack off section. That's what a lot of the creators are doing right now in this space. And I don't think that's a way to make people feel included. I think that's a way to make them feel tokenized. Okay? That is not how I would go about it. I have characters that are just trans. I don't bring attention to it. They just are, right? Like, you don't need to just go through and like do all this like weird jerk off session for yourself, like. And I'm talking about it in terms of making a book, okay? Because the Western thing, long term, will probably be a book. But when I play it, it's for the players first, okay? What's up, Kat? I'm talking about D&D while also talking about assholes.
Even if it didn't, there's reality that being an adventurer kind of means you have to get around. You have to climb stuff sometimes.
Imagine.
You have to run away from dragons.
A Skyrim guy.
Yeah, you wheel away from dragons. Fucking Enwa.
Come up to him and be like, I was an adventurer like you. I took an arrow to the knee.
The dragon's coming after them and it blows. Like, you're just aimless picking on the person.
Oh, man.
Bonkers. This is just where the whole... I am so desperate to virtue signal and present myself as being inclusive so much where they go... pendulum way too far, and they end up actually.
Why do you give a shit? What's wrong with you? You're a terrible DM if you're a DM.
Being insulting to it, and that's the kind of trend you see with the woke mob.
And you
Yeah, the woke mob. I want a baseball bat Minecraft.
Like they'll do more current year stuff in video games. I heard they were going to put Zoe Quinn in Shogun, and she was going to make a samurai commit seppuku.
Very in line with the character, that.
Yep.
That's just the...
Man, that joke that he just made requires so much context. So anyway, in case you're unfamiliar, Zoe Quinn is the lady who produced Depression Quest. She falsely accused a former boyfriend and game developer, Alex Oaxaca, of rape, and it was false. But he got harassed a bunch, and he killed himself. And he was the creator of Night in the Woods. Very, very sad that happened. Very rough, very terrible. And you'll learn that is not included on Zoe Quinn's Wikipedia page under her listed controversies. It's very terrible. So, yeah. That's not good. Anyway, Zoe Quinn's a bad person. She is one of those grifters that I'm talking about. And yes, she would technically be involved in Gamergate too. So... yeah. Okay, these guys are literally arguing the TTRPG writers shouldn't expand on mechanics that have already been in many games for a long time. Prosthetics, necklaces that allow mute characters to speak. Yeah, I mean, there's already answers to these things. These guys are like, I don't want to be that guy, but like it's a hobby tourist, right? Just like, let your players have what they want. Just give them what they want. It's literally the yes and. He's in a wheelchair, and the wheelchair is imbued with magic by a fairy that allows it to float upstairs and move at speeds equivalent with a medium-sized creature. That's it.
The bit of news that's been going on online, and they, as we already mentioned, they just show themselves how insanely their mind has been warped for this woke propaganda, and they're desperate to virtue signal at every point that they will then insult the people. Me, I have chronic fatigue. I as a disabled person.
World of Darkness even handled disability and how it works very well, actually. I need to read that. I haven't read World of Darkness as a rule set yet.
Makes sense for an adventurer to have it, and I don't want myself to see I don't need.
Are there short stack goblins in D&D? Asking for a Vosh. I hated that when Vosh made that argument. He should be Minecraft. I think the goblins in D&D are actually kind of ugly, to be honest, in my personal opinion. They could have been way hotter, but the goblins in D&D are not hot at all.
Representation in that sense. This is something I want to overcome. It's difficult. I'm not sure if I ever will, but I'm always going to be trying to. What do you guys think? As always, very interested to hear your thoughts. Share them in the comments below, and as always, stay on watch.
Yeah, 100%. Make a story arc about getting a wheelchair or something, then imbuing it with magic. Make it part of the adventure. Literally, what the fuck is this? Yeah, I know the World of Darkness universe, right? So that's like fucking Vampire the Masquerade, Hunter the Reckoning, and one other game that I know of. I assume they all had the base rules, all had the same base rule set. What franchise has the hottest goblins, Diesel? Huh. That's a good question, to be honest. You know, the thing is I've always tried to wonder like where my goblin thing comes from. Shit, I can't think of one right now, actually. Hmm. I'll think about it. I'll have to think about it. Well, let's look at some more woke content. This is a 35-minute video on the real reason so many female characters are ugly in video games. Oh my god. Will you do a goblin tier list? I would love to do a goblin tier list. That sounds really fucking funny. Werewolf the Forsaken, Mage the Awakening. Holy shit, that's a lot of games. Should we gatekeep our fandom some extremists and Mary Sue's? X-Men 97 has so many problems. Guys, Rogue's ass isn't as fat as it used to be. Guys, they're making X-Men political. Sometimes guys that seem really strong secretly like a woman that puts them in their place. I'm just saying. Yeah, me too. I can't watch a 37-minute video of Shad go on and on about this stupid bullshit. Again, this is something I haven't. Why do they hate humanity? I would love to see if these guys just have a really bad take on Starship Troopers.
Disney's done it again.
And this one is particularly pernicious in my mind. This is like such a bait and switch, and they are relying on the bait with this one because they are going back to a very beloved franchise and property, the classic X-Men cartoon. Did you watch that?
No,
I did. That was on TV.
I was not born.
You were a generation too late.
Yes, I was. Yeah.
Man, yeah, like that was one of the cartoons I had growing up. That and like Spider-Man. Oh man, love those cartoons. And it was the cartoon that really like just made X-Men really popular.
Your take on Helldivers being political?
Made me fall in love with the characters. Then of course I got X-Men comics as a result. And
okay, you fell in love with the characters, so you should be well versed and understand that X-Men deals with the concepts of racism using mutants as an allegory, and Professor X is Martin Luther King and Magneto being the Malcolm X.
So they are making a sequel series that's actually chronologically based after the events of the classic cartoon that so many people like. And it's all right. That is bait. That is trying to pull on people's nostalgia a lot.
Yeah, no shit. That's like everything these days. You fucking dweeb. Oh my god.
And it looks like it's just going to have the same Disney stuff. The trailer didn't really have anything in it, apart from like a hint here and there. There's like a news article that has like, I don't know, some mutant fashion show and they're wearing weird clothing or something like that. But there are some other signs in the trailer as well, where they're going in a different direction.
Define different direction.
Less round.
Okay.
Is this bait? Is this bait?
a bit less weight.
Yep.
Yep, you could say.
Yeah. Rogue's ass isn't as fat, bro. I swear to God, bro. Like, I don't care if the yacht is smaller. If you say no to Rogue, I don't know what the fuck you're smoking.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, chat. Yeah, okay.
So
a bit less attraction, or
yes, yeah, that. So
why the fuck does my kids' cartoon need to have women with fat asses? It's a kids' cartoon, you fucking coomer. Go jerk off the board online like the rest of us.
The original X-Men cartoon was perfectly happy to draw the female characters in them beautiful, and rightly so because the male characters are buff and ripped out as well.
They are fucking loser piece of shit. Just go online and jerk off like the rest of us. I said it. I self-reported. I said, IFPS Diesel. Love to jerk off. I love to jork it. And by that, I mean with my peanuts. But it's like, it's the same thing as when the She-Ra show came out, and she was very clearly a 10-year-old in that show. Why does She-Ra need to be sexy if she's 10? Okay? That's for kids. All right? Fuck, dude. But Dexter's mom, though.
It's the classic heroic ideal. That's problematic in the modern day. And so Rogue, there's like, stills of Rogue in the X-Men cartoon where she has some curves. Let's just put it that way. Yes. And those curves are very missing in them because that's just problematic.
Oh, God forbid the curves are missing.
Okay? We don't want men to be attracted to women, so we can't draw them attractively.
What are you talking about? This is a show for kids.
I mean, I feel like I've gone to enough conventions and seen enough like cosplays that just everyone loves Rogue.
Rogue is so popular.
I've gone to enough. I've jorked it at enough conventions, bro.
And when I say like they don't want men to be, surely people can acknowledge there's been an attack on the whole fact that men like looking at pretty women. The whole that's the male gaze and you're problematic, and yet they'll strip for.
Oh my god. Turn it off for like 5 seconds, Shad. Holy shit, how backed up are you? Mrs. Incredible. I agree. What is it? That aunt from Big Hero 6? Aunt Cass? Woo, baby. What's another one? Listen, I was talking about it with a homie recently. I was saying I would let Lady D... I would let her put a collar on me, okay? I don't care. Lady D... She can own me. I'm fine with that. Yeah, it's time and a place. Yeah, it's a time and a place to be horny. Like, I don't need horny content all the time. All right? Why are you jorking at conventions, Diesel? No, I'm selling coffee at conventions.
In a movie, and let have the female characters ogle him, right?
It's also just funny because I think, there's also women who like women too who are probably a bit upset as well.
Yeah, I'd say that as well.
And they're kind of more your side leaning, so you're upsetting them too.
Now, this is what we would call red flag. Maybe a small red flag, but it's still there, and it makes me like...
Fellas, is it a red flag to not... Sorry. I need my shows to have nothing but huge dumpers in them.
All right, but the bigger red flag is in regards to the character bios. So, Morph. He is, I think they call him non-binary or something like that. And look, the whole...
In the 90s,
yeah. The whole issue that conservative people, religious people like us have is that is actually a more mature... concept of sexual identity, gender identity and stuff like that, that young children, that's completely off their radar. And the other thing is, we also understand young children are very impressionable, okay? And so if there is this celebration of, look how brave and bold someone is for being this or that, and children see people being celebrated for it, children like to be celebrated. And they start gravitating towards certain things.
You're doing the thing again, Shad. Shad, you're doing the thing again, okay? So this is Jesus. Right, X-Men deals with the issues of the oppressed. You can't do an X-Men show without tackling the topics like that. All right, to ignore them would be stupid. My shows can't have dumpers because the wokies won't like it, but they're gonna put the gays in it, and they're gonna make my kids gay. Existence does not equal celebration. Exactly.
Where they have no inclination to beforehand. If they actually have these kind of, lifestyle inclinations, that will manifest naturally as they grow up. It does not exist in children, okay? And so putting this content in children's content is not on. And conservatives, like us, Christian, we have big issues with it being in children's content.
Yeah, I have a few gripes with the trope of the gender fluid shapeshifter. Yeah. It's very hard to do a non-binary character well. I think I honestly, the non-binary character that's in Overwatch is almost feels like a racist caricature. I know that's not like what it is, but that is probably one of the worst examples. This is a new Overwatch character. I don't know if Morph is any better, to be frank, but I do know that seems like it's a hard one to portray in art. I think it's hard. X-Men made my son gay and my daughter a thought.
And so when you have a character in a children's cartoon, which is openly, identifying in certain ways, that one, children
What are you, stupid? Have you ever watched X-Men? Have you ever read X-Men? Do you understand what X-Men is about? X-Men's not about Rogue's fat ass. It's about... This guy's so fucking annoying. I feel like I'm doing... I really don't want to be doing a Hassan here and just calling him cringe and stupid and not really articulating myself well. So I really hope that I'm expanding on these things and why what he's saying are so stupid, right? But X-Men is definitely one of those settings where these topics of LGBTQ issues or trans issues or any of those social issues should be addressed. I think it's the perfect show to show a younger person, maybe not like a baby, but like if you're putting a show in front of like a 10, 12-year-old, right? It's probably an interesting thing to get them to think about a lot of these bigger societal issues because they're going to end up tackling it at some point, especially as they go into their teenage years. Because, once you're about 14, 15, maybe you're going to start dating people in high school. Those kind of things are going to start you're going to start exploring those things. It might take you into your early 20s to figure out where you are and what you are, but like to say that it doesn't exist in young people, like think about what X-Men 97 would be shown to, right? It's probably not going to be shown to a 6-year-old. And if you're showing it to a 6-year-old, you're probably not tailoring the content to the 6-year-old correctly.
Come to understand naturally, or two, it's the parents' choice to when to teach children about these more mature, perspectives on gender and sexuality and stuff like that. It is not the right of Disney or anyone else to try and force those concepts onto children when the parent doesn't want them to be on their mind yet, all right? And so big issues with that. And that is in this X-Men cartoon, that they have openly, look, it's right there. And so that's a big red flag for people like us. And if they're happy to do stuff like that, it's usually an indication that there's going to be other things in it as well. What are you?
I'm just thinking of cartoons are being tainted. I can think of Velma as well, which was such a...
Literally nobody liked Velma, okay? You could have been the wokest motherfucker on the block. Nobody liked Velma.
Disgusting cartoon. It worries
Admittedly,
me.
not a kid's cartoon, but
no.
Yeah.
But you know what? In some ways, it could have been pitched towards
exactly.
that in trailers.
And I could see kids accidentally clicking. Oh, Velma, Scooby Doo, I like that.
Why aren't you checking what your kids watch? You fucking troglodyte.
And then just horrifyingly mature stuff, like, and then just gross stuff as well. Yeah. Let's not destroy and corrupt wholesome children's properties, please.
I just want to see them.
X-Men always dealt with these issues, Shad. What are you stupid? What are you stupid? You're stupid, you stupid fuck.
Bring back a property and not change it. In the slightest.
Good luck.
It's impossible for them. They can't help themselves, but it would be... like I was talking to Nate about it, or we mentioned it to him, and he said, I'm not interested because it's not the same.
Yeah, they should have brought back the X-Men cartoon from the 90s and just talked about the fucking... Ooh, talked about the Rodney King riots, guys. Just do it again. Let's just go back. Come on. Oh my god. Jokes and gaffes aside, I knew I was different from a young age, and I wasn't raised in an era where being queer was widely known / accepted. Also, X-Men I've always considered as being as more of a teen show. Yeah.
Thing that he grew up watching as well. It's different. It's changed. So, the nostalgia isn't there as much as the classics. Because even when you have things as simple as changed voice actors, it can ruin a show for some people.
Yeah, you're right. That I did distinctly note that even Wolverine's voice was quite different from the cartoon version, and it just didn't feel the same.
Yeah, so I think it's a bait and switch, unfortunately.
I think it is as well. Look, people judge it on its merits when it comes out, but usually these red flags end up bearing fruit quite reliably. There's only a couple of instances where they haven't, and when they don't, we're like, all right, we let you know. And again, House of the Dragon, Dungeons and Dragons, clear first examples where we were like, this is looking bad, red flags. We will find out when it comes out, but these are some big ones, especially...
House of the Dragon had changed the race of the Valerians, and I guarantee they said that this looks bad, and then the show came out, and they were like, "It's not bad." So literally, you guys are just yapping about nothing. You're like, "I've been wrong before. I could be wrong again, but I'm still gonna make an 8-minute video about how it's the woke mob ruining shit." Like you are actually just grifting if you're completely aware of the fact that you could be wrong. Like, wait for it to come out, then say something.
I believe that this is a kid's cartoon, and it's also my childhood that you're messing with. And if you want...
I can't believe you're Jazz's brother. You're such a loser. Why do they hate humanity? Let's find out. Let's find out if he's wrong about Starship Troopers.
Welcome back to The Watch. And, Nathan, why do so many people in the modern day hate humanity?
Because they're depressed.
They're depressed.
They're sad. They're mentally not all...
That could be one of the reasons. Like, I think one of the big reasons is performative virtue signaling. You know, if I debase myself,
this guy is a
publicly, you'll
political
see how...
moron. This guy is actually a political moron. This guy knows nothing. This guy is really just repeating the talking points of other political people. That is literally what's happening right now. Okay, like he has no idea what he's talking about. He's just repeating what he says. Like, unironically, this is worse than a quartering. Okay.
Virtuous.
Yeah, the Targaryens are super inbred. And they changed the race of the Valerians from white to black. But it actually became a plot point in the show because of reasons that I won't get into. You should watch the first season. It's really that good.
Because I acknowledge how problematic my existence is. Just can we break that down and pause and like think about how awful that is? That people are thinking that they are bad for merely existing. And there are ideological movements.
Starship Troopers, good. Shadiversity.
Far that the human race is problematic. Too many humans.
Okay. All right. So there are people arguing. So Starship Troopers is the movie is an exploration of fascism, right? And the problems with fascism. The war in the movie Starship Troopers is false and propagated by the government to induce a nationalist fervor in its populace to keep them focused on something that would keep them from acting out against the people in power. Okay? So the war that's going on is propagated by the government. Okay? That's what's happening. So it's a sad moment and a failure when the characters get to the big brain bug and the bugs and Neil Patrick Harris is like, it's afraid, right? Because these are intelligent creatures that the Starship Troopers government has said, listen, we're killing you. We're gonna genocide you. All right, right. So it's not about protecting the bugs, but it's about realizing that the war and what they've been told is a lie, right?
We need to reduce the number of humans. We're ruining the climate. We're killing animals. We're destroying the forests.
So it makes me laugh because, you know, we can't fix homelessness, but I can pay for my carbon emissions to be leveled out, you know?
I know, right? Oh, because...
Pay us money and we'll fix the planet, which, you know, technically we don't have the technology to do yet.
I think trying to deal with homelessness is a much more virtuous goal than climate change.
I mean, even then it's like, okay, I'll recycle.
This guy should be a politician with how much Japanese he be speaking.
Or I will, you know, turn the lights off, but I'm not going to pay you $100 when I buy a plane ticket because Taylor Swift doesn't do it, so why should I?
Yeah, right. And also, in terms of climate...
Taylor Swift pays thousands of dollars to fly her private plane. She has a higher carbon footprint than you or I, but her income level is in a completely different playing field. What? That's like a nothing sentence. That's a nothing sentence.
Like, wouldn't it be better just to like have the let's not pollute? Is a much better thing that would actually have a follow-on effect, positive effect on climate. If we just
no, what do you mean? It's not like people aren't saying that. You fucking loser. I'm never gonna get through this video
because I'm not polluting, but no, it's all the whole climate change thing, and then humans bad, and also humans, we go and we destroy the environment and make communities and build buildings and things like that. And
I cannot wait to see what he says when he gets to the Starship Troopers point. Holy shit!
There's a lot of the world that we haven't touched and we're preserving for good reasons, right? I mean, it's like, am I a radical for thinking that the Earth is meant to benefit mankind? We have the Earth and we can use it for...
This guy This guy's like, I can see him being a politician in a cyberpunk setting, being like, "What do you mean we need a park here? We don't need a park. Earth was meant to benefit me, and this would perfectly fit where my factory would go." Shad's like one degree away from being the stupid O'Hare guy in the Lorax.
For our benefit and success.
If you ask some people, they will say yes. That's pretty radical.
And another radical thing, I think animals are on Earth for the betterment of mankind. Radical thing.
That's a bit traditional there, Shad. You know, I don't know if you.
Shocking. The reason why this comes.
These vegans, hate them. I hate these vegans. It's like you can't eat meat without being a pretentious fuck either.
Up is because there's been a re-emergence of the discussion around the politics and philosophy of Starship Troopers, and I've seen it pop up on Twitter, for the past week or so, and some of the arguments are just baffling, like truly.
If he is seriously going to decide with the Starship Troopers government, I'm going to laugh my ass off.
Shocking, where people are unironically siding with a genocidal alien race that is hellbent.
Genocidal alien race. The war was started by the humans. Oh my god. Yeah, it's the bugs that are genocidal. What do you mean? What do you mean? This isn't to say, this is like, yeah. The bugs destroy Buenos Aires, okay? But there is a prevalent thought in the discourse of the movie that the attack on Buenos Aires was manufactured and deliberately allowed to happen by the Earth government, okay? The Earth has an orbital defense in Starship Troopers. You're telling me they let one of those bug asteroids just hit the planet without stopping it? Meanwhile, they're able to detect when they're coming and attacking? Who let it happen? Oh, the Earth government let it happen, Shad, because they had all the power to stop it, which means they let the attack happen so that way they could have a tragedy. Because you know what happens when something like that happens, right? This is actually a geopolitical talking point, right? In geopolitics, there's a concept called the rally around the flag effect. This happened after 9/11. It also happened after that attack in Russia that recently happened in the concert hall. When a country is attacked, people tend to rally around a flag. Nationalism increases. So after 9/11, for example, there was a huge nationalist fervor. People didn't want to talk critically about 9/11, what happened at that time, right? Not to say that 9/11 wasn't a tragedy. I'm not pulling a Hassan, right? But moments like that are used to gain leverage, and you can enter into different things, right? Because nationalist fervor is up. So Russia used the concert hall attack that happened recently to say it was Ukraine that did this. So that way they can get more soldiers to sign up for the war against Ukraine. Because now there's going to be people who were impacted by that, and they might want to go sign up and go fight, right? Because what happened after Buenos Aires was blown off the map in Starship Troopers? You see Rico come on camera, and he's like, "I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say kill them all." That is literally the rally around the flag effect happening in action, okay? The war was started by the humans to help propagate their nationalist fervor. A fascist government needs to have an outside enemy in order for all the people to rally around, okay? So the bugs are the perfect other because they don't look like people. They're not from Earth, so it's easy. Ukraine threw that asteroid, Shadiversity.
Of the destruction of mankind. They are siding with them.
Is it a joke, though? Are they joking about
Unironically, Nathan.
Are you stupid? Did you watch the same movie? In the novel, Henelin was pretty clear about the idea of using an external perceived enemy to unify power and governance on Earth.
And ironically, they
Because
were the aliens.
humans bad. They try and say it was humans that you were encroaching on their territory, colonizing them, right? And they are just having a valid response against the human aggressors. That was their take. Which is, by the way, that's not even true in the narrative of the movie or the books. And you know what's
I actually don't think he read. I don't think he read the book. I don't think he read the book. I don't think he read the book. I think he watched the movie, but I actually don't think he paid attention. But I really don't think he read the book.
funny? Like, throughout this week, Mormons were trending. And the reason being is it's associated with the Starship Troopers thing, because they blame Mormons for kicking off. It wasn't a, look, we were just trying.
Yeah, there seems to be this weird prevalent thing where Mormonism is like always in sci-fi settings. I don't know why that is. It's like a weird constant thing that always happens. I don't know why.
To find a peaceful planet to colonize. It's what we've done from the beginning. You can't blame us.
If you keep kicking us out, we're going to go somewhere else.
Exactly. That's been our history. Mormons have been oppressed and kicked from state to state, country to country. We're just trying to find a peaceful place. Why do you think we
He's Mormon, guys. I think he might be Mormon.
settled the Salt Lake Valley? We got kicked out of Missouri from a Mormon extermination order. Why do we settle Missouri? Because Curlin we got our teeth kicked there. So we finally are in fight. We're going to another planet. No one's on the planet, right? It's there. And they so don't blame us that the bugs killed us. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest. People are...
You are literally, this is the Earth government's propaganda talking points. Like, this is, like, you are fake Earth propaganda Alex Jones right now. Like, you are doing their job.
Blaming the Mormons, but it's not our fault!
Colonization good if white and Mormon.
It is fictional, but they're still blaming us hypothetically. Like,
it's a very possible thing that could happen. We Mormons, we're good at irrigating. Like, damn good.
yes, but you know what?
We Mormons are good at irrigating. Yeah, that's the first thing that comes to mind when I think of Mormons.
I reckon, just to get off topic for a little bit, realistically, I think everyone else would leave Earth. We'd stay on Earth and we would fix it.
Yeah.
Elon can go to Mars. We'll keep Earth.
We're good at fixing up trash holes.
Yeah.
It was Kirtland. That was a swamp, right? Kirtland Temple, because that's where we built it.
Yes.
Or was it Missouri?
No, it wasn't Missouri.
Nauvoo was the
I was
swamp.
like,
This guy would be like, man, the Imperium of Man's pretty based, right? Like, humanity is epic. I mean, those aliens are preaching weird things, bro. Like,
it wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't Kirtland. It was Nauvoo. But Nauvoo, another one we literally got attacked and you know.
Dude watched Dune and he was like, this Paul Atreides guy, he really likes White Boy Summer. Why do we hate Paul Atreides? I don't understand. He likes White Boy Summer.
Kicked out at gunpoint, right? And the Nauvoo temple burnt to the ground. But Nauvoo was literally a swamp that no one wanted.
Another sword channel said he found out Shadiversity is a bigot and therefore took out his collab with him. If you can find that, I would love to put it in the thread.
We came in and we actually figured out a way to drain the swamp and irrigate it, and then we built.
Wait a second. They're talking about
gunpoint,
Na'vi right now? Wait a second. There's an entire intelligent species that are living on Na'vi that require the planet's resources to live how they have been living as the Na'vi. It is clearly an issue for them to be... Okay, the humans are on Na'vi for a resource for their planet. 1. And then 2, they're looking to personally colonize the Na'vi homeworld, which would require terraforming it and killing a large majority of the species that live on there, including the Na'vi. Or wait, no, they're calling it Na'vi. The planet's Pandora.
And the Nauvoo temple burnt to the ground. But Nauvoo was literally a swamp.
Dude watched Dune and thought Lisa Nal Gaib is a state of enlightenment to reach. The planet's Pandora, asshole. And again, you actually are wrong.
That no one wanted. We came in and we actually figured out a way to drain the swamp and irrigate it, and then we built Nauvoo, and Nauvoo was ending up like, and then because of Mormon
oh wait, no, he's talking about Mormon crap again. Never mind.
Converts and immigrants were coming in.
I thought he was talking about a fake thing. In before unobtainium, yeah.
That the Nauvoo population was starting to skyrocket, and the reason why Missouri.
No. I was thinking of Mormon stuff. It's Mormon stuff, not Pandora.
started to really dislike the Mormons. That the population was getting so high that the more like Latter-day Saints were starting to get voting power because of our numbers. And so, based on a false claim that has actually been admitted that this was completely trumped up, that Missouri signed the Mormon extermination order and driven from the state.
No, I'm confusing Pandora with some Mormon shit. Na'vi are part of the Mormon mythos. I don't know anything about Mormonism, so you could either be completely right and I would be wrong. So I don't know, maybe it is.
And then we went to Salt Lake, and we settled that hellhole as well. We're good at it.
It was a desert. And they kind of helped with Las Vegas as well. Not the gambling part, but, the settling of...
Exactly. It was actually Mormon pioneers that trailblazed the...
You watched Beauty and Beast and thought Gaston was the hero.
way to travel from Central America to, where was it again?
Las Vegas?
Las Vegas, yeah. It was us that did that broke down the stone and mountains.
Mormon trails. We didn't do it.
I love that when Mitchell Mormon said it's time to Mormon and then proceeded to mourn all over the place.
But
we're claiming...
we probably would.
We're claiming hereditary...
When you give us the right reason. It's like the opposite of a crusade, They say, go to this land where there's nothing there and make something.
Exactly!
And we'll go, okay.
What's the problem with that? Go to a place where nothing is there. Oh, but that was the bugs' territory. They weren't even on the planet. We didn't kill anyone. But the bugs killed us, and then they are like, humans bad, and then
Wait a second,
weren't even on the planet.
I glazed over for a second.
Right reason. It's like the opposite of a crusade, They say, go to this land where there's nothing there and make something.
Exactly!
And we'll go, okay.
What's the problem with that? Go to a place where nothing is there. Oh, but that was the bugs' territory. They weren't even on the planet. We didn't kill anyone. But the bugs killed us, and then they are like...
Yeah, but the bugs are an intelligent species. They like, Neil Patrick Harris finds out that the bugs are an intelligent species, and then everybody cheers because the bug is afraid. This is like if somebody held Shadiversity at gunpoint, and then I turned to my crowd in the audience and going, Shadiversity is afraid, and then everybody clapped. You'd feel pretty bad, wouldn't you, Shad?
Humans bad, and then they started trying to genocide the human race.
Okay. So people...
They didn't start to try it was the humans who started it, you fucking moron.
Now siding with the bugs.
People actually siding with the bugs because they claim that it was unjust human expansion, this Mormon colony. No one was there!
The bugs were there, you fucking piece of shit fucking idiot. They lived not on the surface of the planet.
I love the fact that people are getting mad at this fictional story that never happened or occurred.
I know, it's hilarious.
No, bro, I'm mad. I'm mad that you don't understand. Like, your media literacy is in the toilet.
Getting so dug in with
but that's
the fact
why
that,
it's a face-off moment that's showing they hate humanity.
Yes, the wokies hate humanity. You've got to be fucking smoking crack, bro. Bro, unbunch your Mormon underpants for 5 seconds.
This is an unrepentant, hell-bent on genocide alien race that is only to kill all humans, right?
Okay, wait, no, now you're just assuming that the bugs want to kill all humans.
And it was unprovoked, like territory. They weren't even on the planet, right? And then, after that, they start bombing, sending, I don't know how it travels so far across space, but anyway, they start bombing, Earth with their space excretions or something like that. Okay, and so Starship Troopers is a fun film, right? Content warning, there's nudity in it, but it has this fun kind of campy aspect about, I'm doing my part and killing the bugs and all that stuff. And so the people who are trying to defend the bugs are saying, look at how evil humans are, killing these intelligent alien race. And so there's this one scene.
His media literacy is actually really bad. What?
So I have a joke. I used to say your part first.
Well, there's this one scene where the scientists have a captured bug, and it's like, we're testing guns or something like that, and it's shooting him, and the takeaway is like, look at how awful these fascists are, torturing an intelligent alien, entity right in front of you, and it seems like they're enjoying it, kind of thing. And it's like, what are you? This bug that they're torturing is actually a brainless drone that's made to be a weapon. Like
Didn't the director say he wanted to make a movie that was so blatantly easy to get the point that it was excruciatingly painful to counter people who don't get it? Yes.
Their species is an insect species with a brain that's controlling them. It has a brain bug that's controlling them, right? And all these other things are drones, but they're trying to conflate. No, these are intelligent, valid species that they're only retaliating because they were, you know, like encroached upon first. And there's valid retaliation to wipe out humanity.
So, question for you,
He bought into fictional propaganda. He's 100% bought into it.
Chad.
Yes.
Killing bugs is wrong, correct? In terms of their definition.
Okay, because according to them,
Neil Patrick Harris is literally almost 1-for-1 dressed like an SS officer. Okay? You literally see the human toll that is taken upon people by the veterans who are the teachers in Starship Troopers. Okay? They literally play propaganda videos in the movie where, like, they talk about how, like, like, literally, he's only disagreeing with the point. It's like he's only disagreeing with it because the wokies are yelling the point at him. Okay? Like, that is it. The only reason this is happening is because the left is telling him that the humans were the aggressors, and they're, like, conflating it with the points about some other dumb political bullshit.
this instance, it seems like it.
Yeah, okay. How many of them do you think are vegan?
I wonder.
Because how many of...
What is the vegan? What do you mean? He has the media literacy of Two Man. Yeah, Two Man's dead. He ain't reading anything.
Them, you know,
how many have
drink soy lattes and eat vegetables and realize that all their crops...
I swear to God, these guys are not talking about who's soy. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You guys look like fucking nerd soy jack fucking fat fuck Minecraft loser pieces of shit. You guys are literally what did Nicholas Theorio said? You're oozing with estrogen. Literally, I can see the soy and manlet beta's fucking loser emanate from your body. Okay, Jesus Christ! If there was a fire, if there was a car crash, you would not save anyone from it. You'd be dead. Fat Funko Pops bleeding out of your fucking fat stomach, you dumb piece of fucking shit. I'm so fucking mad. I'm so fucking mad. I'm so fucking mad. This guy's are you fucking kidding me? You fucking kidding me? You a fucking disgrace of a man, you fat piece of shit. Can't even draw a fucking picture. You gotta use AI to do it. Well, you can't fucking finish anything you start, you fat fuck. Oh my God.
You know, the farmers kill all the bugs.
Oh, mass on scale, you're right. All the vegans.
Oh, yeah. Do the genocide. All right.
Supporting mass bug genocide.
It's true, though.
Like, it is. It is. They're supporting it upholding.
And that's real.
It is.
That's not fictional. That's a real thing that's happening. So, you know, I want to ask them, you know, do you know that? Are you okay with, you know, eating your vegetables?
Yeah. Your vegetables are built on the great...
You guys are fucking morons. You aren't an expert at anything. You're stupid fucking morons.
...of millions of, you know, bugs that are just wiped out wholesale.
And we shouldn't eat bugs either then. And I'm okay with that.
I have a weird take on the bugs thing.
Okay.
You have a weird take on the bugs thing. I think killing the bugs was good, actually. Shadiversity. Millions must die.
They taste good. Look, prawns and crabs were once considered bugs, and beneath it, like if it tastes. Look, if they're trying to force me as a protein replacement that tastes like crap and want me to give up my steak, no, piss off! I'm not giving up my steak for that.
But if you give you like a cockroach, I don't know, something yummy.
If it's tasty,
like a patty,
simple
full of
snack, just I'd eat it.
Okay, yeah. Maybe I would, because I do like prawns, I do like crabs. But
if bugs taste good, I'll eat it. Have you even tried bugs?
That's the key.
To be frank,
that's the thing. Like if a food tastes good and nutritious, right? Like, I don't really care where it comes from then. You know, if it's a bug, if it's for seafood, if it's for cow, it's good. But the problem is that I think that a lot of instances they're trying to push stuff that tastes like crap. It's like, oh, eating beef is bad. You should shame on you. And also sustainability something. They're farting too much and causing too much CO2 in the atmosphere.
What? Okay, but like, what? Have you tried alternatives at all? I mean, I don't really like soy milk personally. I don't think it's that great. I like oat milk though. Oat milk's pretty good. How do you feel Jazza feels watching this? I'd be so fucking embarrassed. I feel bad dogging on Shadiversity, not for Shad, because he's a piece of shit loser, fuck fag. I almost said a stamp slur. I'm really fucking mad, guys. I'm really. I caught myself mid-sentence. I'm really mad. I love my gay fans. Oh, shit. This is like when I talked about the warrior gene. Careful, buddy. Bro was about to say it with his whole chest. Fantastic person. It's okay. You can only bludgeon Shad with words. We understand. I honestly, record scratch. Saved. Saved. Safe. You know you can say that on YouTube, actually. So I could have said it. But I could also say the N-word on YouTube. I wouldn't get in trouble for that either. But yeah, I feel bad for Jazza. I feel like me dogging on Chad is like I'm hurting Jazza. You know what I mean? Because I wouldn't want to hurt him. Don't worry, I recorded the fuck up. Listen, guys, I never said I was politically correct, okay? You all knew that. All right. I'm calm. I'm calm. I'm at peace with the world. Diesel should make a cameo, and people could pay him to say slurs. It's a long day, guys. Long day. Okay, there's 3 more minutes.
So eat the bugs. Like, no. In that instance, no, you can jump. Not a
I am watching this, Cloudy.
Yeah, so,
I'm doing it.
Unironically, and it seems to be like this face-off moment where they actually
I am a
with
sadist.
bugs, which and that clip where it's the scientist killing this drone, which is bred to be a weapon. That they were like, look at it, torture this, it's intelligent species. It's just like. Oh my god!
I also find it funny because of the rise of Helldivers 2. Everyone's just getting in on killing the bugs. So
kill the bugs.
So you know what? People can complain.
But like Helldivers 2 is also blatant in its like Super Earth is not the good guys. What do you hold on? Let them finish what they're saying because I have an answer.
And cry about it, but people love simulating, Starship Troopers.
Mm-hmm.
So
and it's funny because like these people are trying to say. Retaliation with violence on a species that is encroaching on your territory is
okay. So the bugs in Helldivers, not all of these things are answered. I might get some things wrong, right? And so basically, the bugs have some association with element 710, which is oil spelled backwards and upside down, right? And what is happening is that they were breeding the bugs and making them weapons. Super Earth was doing that. Okay? And it's a theory right now, but the theory is that on planets where there's dissidence, Super Earth releases spores of the Terminids to kill the dissidents, right? And then fill it with people who are loyal to Super Earth to get element 710, right? But it's self-manufactured. Super Earth created the Terminid menace. They did that. Okay? Super Earth killed its own populace living on the frontier, making those bugs in order to have better production of element 710. Okay? That is something that happened. Same thing, the automatons were created by the cyborgs in Helldivers, for example. And the cyborg species are held in slave camps underground mining ore, right? And if the automatons were able to get their planets back, they would be able to free the cyborgs that are trapped underground and being enslaved. Right? So that's kind of the gist with the robots, right? But the colonies, so that's not colonialism because they were Super Earth colonies. The bugs weren't there either, right? The bugs come from like somewhere else entirely. Most of the planets that the bugs are on came after element 710 was on it, right? So it's about oil, right? The bugs have a direct relation and correlation with oil. Helldivers is making a statement about how U.S. has intervention in oil-related petrostates. That's what they're making a statement about.
It's valid. That's what they're essentially saying. To side with the bugs, that's what they're saying. It's like, do you know how many friggin' rodents and bugs encroach on my territory? Says, because this is the thing. Humans
bro, it's like Rico, bro. It's like Rico,
actually
bro.
encroach on their territory, not even knowingly, and no one was on the planet. The Mormons, they're innocent, okay? But of course, going into like a species territory, if it's intelligent, right, and then wiping out and taking over everything, there's moral problems with that. I think we could all agree on. But if it's a less intelligent, species,
I mean, even then, you don't want to, upset the balance of
yeah,
nature.
Yeah, but you don't want to like genocide, or make extinct things. But still, if you find a planet that is inhabited by lesser intelligent animals, stuff like that, of course you can colonize it. Like
you can build a cabin, you can build a city.
The thing is that there is an intelligent species on the planet, and you are encroaching on them. That is literally at the end of the movie. Neil Patrick Harris says it's afraid.
Yes, exactly. But then, if these bugs try and encroach on my territory, I will genocide them, kill the bugs. What do you guys think?
If the bugs encroach on my territory, if there's a false flag attack on my country, I say genocide is the answer. Literally, he literally just did the Chud, like, billions must die thing. He literally did the billions must die thing.
Stay on watch.
People who unironically say humanity is bad and the bugs should have won. The war shouldn't have happened, period. That's not like, let's make it up a guy. I don't think they finished the movie. Servitor stops buzzing, reloads bolt gun, grumbling, Xenos sympathizers. The Imperium of Man is not the good guy either. I love Warhammer. You're an idiot. Yeah, I now know their take on Helldivers being political. Why am I going to do this again? Why am I going to do this again? I'm doing this again. Okay. All right. Stellar Blade demo triggers the internet as gamers rejoice. Okay. AI debate versus professional comic artist. There's so much. There's so much. I've never seen it. I didn't know somebody could be objectively wrong. But he was actually objectively wrong. Okay, let's find a video that I'm at least an expert in so I win the argument. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense what kind of users are watching his content these days. All caps, red text, boobs. Oh my god, okay. Is Dune Part 2 going to suck red flag? Dune red. Yeah, the Stellar Blade stuff is really fucking stupid. Because, I mean, the chick who's... listen, I play Nikkei, which is like the ass game. So like, what am I gonna say about Stellar Blade, right? Woke localizers fail their job. Trying to find like another D&D related one. No, Diesel, you almost slipped up already. It's okay, guys. Everybody gets one. Something Dune 2 popcorn bucket joke. Yeah, I do play Nikkei. I honestly should have just played that on stream today. Did they make Mary Jane ugly? You have half a slip up less, mister. Can I say the ass end of the word? Got? There, I've said the full word now in separate parts. Should Gamergate? Should gamers expect more? Baldur's Gate 3 controversy. This breaks my heart. A message to young men living without hope. See, but you're also like contributing to those young men being miserable. Dude, he posted that AI video here too. Time to cancel Diesel. Yeah, you can try. I don't like Jack Saint either. I don't like BreadTube just as much as I don't like anti-WokeTube. Watching things made by people who hate you. What is this? I see Dungeons and Dragons as the title. I'll click on it. Can we watch Nostalgia Critic instead? I wish on my like I had like a soundboard and I could like make the Nostalgia Critic burn and he comes out and shoots with the gun. I need to set that up. Reviewing bad media is a waste of time. Defending hate watchers? Horny fungus? These are great thumbnails, though, I will say. Peach is a girl boss. Such a nothing burger video. This is just about like so game developers were like bitching about like Baldur's Gate 3 setting unrealistic expectations, but honestly, I think a lot of the game industry is in a really bad position right now. I say as somebody who used to do stuff in the game industry. Red Sonja will not cater to the male gaze, so who is it for? It'll cater... His thumbnails are a good laugh. Like, I don't care about Star Wars as, like, a medium and property at all. So it's, like, hard to figure out what stuff I want to click on and, like, watch. Like, I just don't want to engage with most of it because it's not about media that I like. Like, I personally, like, fully gave up on Star Wars. Not because of, like, it being woke or something. I just find the writing really lacking. And I've been told there's some stuff that's good, but it's really hard to take it seriously and want to get into the setting. Diesel, what haven't you done? Okay, I did games and politics. And now I'm kind of in games with the tabletop stuff. And I went to film school. What didn't I do? I don't know dick about, like, engineering, science. I don't know how to fucking fix a car. Yeah, and the sweet baby stuff requires, like, a full stream to even, like, broach as, like, a topic. Or, like, the Halo TV show sucks. Dune Part 2 is going to suck. Red flags. Let's just watch that. I actually haven't seen Dune Part 2. So, actually, no. Because I haven't watched it. I don't want to comment on something without having watched it. Kind of like what he's doing. So what you're saying is you're a nerd. Yeah, I'm a nerd and a failure of an art student, so... Let's watch the wholesome... No, fuck. What the fuck? I want to watch something. I want to be outraged. I can't be outraged. I can't find anything to be outraged about. What is a man's worth? I'm very interested. Listen, I'm sorry, but I really don't want to...
You might have heard the saying that men are born with nothing and women are born with everything, or something. Or
no, I
a variation
am not a
like
gearhead.
that. Women are born with inherent value, and men need to build their value.
Or too many things open. My PC's laggy. I know I gotta watch Dune Part 2. Yeah, I don't know how to fix a car. I'm bad at science. I'm bad at math. I like AOS too. I think AOS Stellar Blade takes. Yeah, let's do Stellar Blade takes. I mean, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. He thinks he's an intellectual. That's the annoying part. He thinks he's a humongous intellectual, and he's not at all.
Welcome back to The Watch, and look, we're casual.
Hey.
We figured it's maybe time to pivot to just something a bit easier, a bit casual. Yeah. We're covering a broad range of topics, it's growing, and so, yeah, tell us what you think.
Yeah, I know, I'm so worthless and soy, guys.
Just say, there's two different, go back to the...
And I do want to thank you for being discreet and not mentioning that we're changing because of the stains on my costume. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Sorry, what? No, I'm stopping!
I gotta be frank, I don't like Space Marines, but I love the Stormcast. And I'm really sad to see so much of their line be stripped recently, which really sucks.
I'm just stopping.
It was Chowder, I swear.
Chowder, yeah.
Chowder. Salty stuff.
Hold on. It's probably a better idea that I show you guys what Stellar Blade is before we even get into this. Here, I'll pull it out. Me pulling it out. Wink, wink. Stellar Blade. So Shift Up is the people who make Nikke. All right. This was a day ago. We'll see.
Take this. It's first aid. I hear something. Eve! Here.
Okay, this game looks based. This game looks super based. All right, I want this. I like character action games. Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, Metal Gear Solid Rising Revengeance. I know that's not the full name or not the real name, but whatever, fuck you. I love those games.
It's me you want.
But basically, Stellar Blade kind of got famous because of its Gyat. Let's see. Yeah, of course. So the character has like a naked skin. Like you could play the game in this nude skin, and it makes the game harder, right? But apparently, a bunch of people got like mad because this girl's got some serious Gyat level action. Oh, Nier is another one. Can't believe I forgot Nier. Best Girl 2B.
Welcome to the world of Stellar Blade. The story begins on post-apocalyptic Earth, where a mysterious enemy called the Natiba has forced the human race to flee to an off-world colony.
Hey, that kind of sounds like Nikke, but a little different, mixed with a little bit of Nier Automata.
Players will take control of Eve, a member of the 7th Airborne Squad. Her mission is to save the planet.
Her boobies literally be moving in the cutscene, dude.
Defeating the Elder Natiba.
All we must do is complete the mission.
While most of the 7th Airborne Squad is lost during their descent from the colony, Eve soon meets two.
But like she's super waifu material. Like I'm super down for it personally. But yeah, there's like a small contingent of people who are annoyed. But like if you play Nikke, like you're not surprised by this at all, right? Because I regularly play Nikke. I was not happy with the ReZero thing that they did. Excellent Chico physics, said like Patrick Bateman. This is a great video, by the way. Nikke, the curse review. This is a good one. And yeah, she was based off of a real person. Wait, was it? Did I already click on this? Oh yeah.
Sorry, Oz. The Bobs are back.
The bombs are back.
The Bobs. Blade released its demo.
Like honestly, do you really genuinely think this like Christian Mormon guy actually gives a fuck about this big tittied anime girl? Because I feel like this seems like something he would consider Mormon haram, right?
And people got to test drive the game's assets.
I'd love to.
I got to test drive the game's assets. Yeah. I get it. Eve's hot. I get it. I want to stick my peanuts in there. I get it.
Stellar Blade, huh?
Stellar Blade. What were you going to say there, Alice?
Well, Stellar isn't Star, yeah?
So this is an idle animation.
So the account that posted this idle animation, by the way, is like a 3D Gooner account. By the way. So, but yeah, that's like the naked skin that Eve has. It makes the game harder.
She's lighting my blade up right now.
Physics.
Isn't it just fantastic, right? Just like you know, everything aside, right? Boobs.
Boobs.
I don't care about technology, just boobs. Love them.
Well,
I mean, those aren't like the big melons that we know Shad likes. Like, he likes them big.
what this is, and look at the commentary. What the F does this, does it look like she's made of jello? This crap sucks. Jiggle physics are fine, but at least make them look realistic.
Wait a sec.
That's been the criticism about attractive women in gaming, is that...
What do you fucking mean? We're talking about booby physics. I can't believe you're about to make this a political conversation.
We need to make them look more realistic, and their version of look more realistic is this. This is...
Your version of look more realistic is one black lady posted multiple times. This strong girl from Last of Us yelling, which apparently is an issue. I don't know. She's like, okay. I mean, I'm not like into it. Senua, who's like literally crazy. Which, and also that's like one of those like harrowing, horrific scenes. So that's not like good. Where did you get this from? Like Pole? r/Pole? That's a man. Isn't that a man? That's a black woman. It's kind of seeming like you're like, why is video games got all these black women in it now? I will say hyperrealism definitely does not do some of these people justice. Because I know this lady from Wolfenstein is like a real person and they like digitally scan her face. She looks way worse in the game than she does in real life from what I remember.
Their version of look more realistic. Western gaming media. And when I see that...
Bro, Deborah's there multiple times.
I think that's not what most...
That's like, this is like barely even... This is barely even like a modicum quarter of the women that are in video games, bro.
Women look like I have eyes. I go out in the world. You have a face of disgust.
Yeah, I have a soul full of disgust.
Listen, some women can be buff, some women can be chunky, some women can be black, some women can be white. So, like, women can look like more things than just your wife. Like, for real. Kakashi lover, look, guy, not every woman can be your wife, 100%. The West has fallen, millions of gamers must goon. Listen, whoever made that collage really doesn't like Deborah Wilson, okay? You know what? Listen, I'm not preferential to race, you know? I just want someone that's biteable, okay? Or someone, you know, like Jesus Christ, like...
Yeah, that's a pretty natural expression that's coming to your face that you seemingly have little ability to stop.
I can't stop. I can't stop. Like, why?
Why?
Yeah, women come in different styles, and all of them are beautiful, baby. All right, you're all welcome here.
But we know why. We have a video talking about why. Check it out. It's on Night's Watch. Why are they making all female characters in gaming ugly?
Diesel carefully talking about liking women. Never forget what happened to Joe Cat for liking women. All right, here. I'll make it less cringe. I need a bratty goblin waifu that I can play. Biteable, what are you, Wilbur Soot? No, I asked for consent.
Because this is not realistic feminine appearance, not common, all right? Sure, like, there are some unfortunate people
There's
in the world.
diverse
I mean,
things,
you know, look at me.
Some unfortunate people in the world, said with 3 parentheses around it.
I look like I fell out of the ugly stick tree and hit every branch on the way down.
You have puppy dog eyes. You're a pretty handsome man. Me, I fell out of the ugly tree and only managed to hit my mouth.
Well, at least he can admit that he's ugly. I don't think Shad's that bad. I think if he lost a little weight, he'd be a bit better. But yeah, that other guy's fucked up.
You're gonna fix soon, people.
But the thing is, in escapist, you know, media where you want it.
Can we AI Yassify Diesel? I mean, if you want.
An idealic representation, stuff like that. And by the way, both men and women like looking at pretty people. It makes it more enjoyable, easy to watch.
Yeah, but sometimes sometimes I create an ugly monster in Dark Souls, bro. I don't know what to fucking tell you.
And like when I watch James Bond, I don't want like, I don't know, some weird mangled faced inbred kind of
yeah
guy. James Bond's supposed to be suave, good looking, fit, right? And he's supposed to get beautiful women, right? But that's all problematic now, okay? And it reeks of insecurities. That there are. What kind of baffles me about you see that some of the people pushing this narrative.
There's more than one reason Diesel's stream draw in women. I'm just saying. I know. I just have that effect. What could I say?
They're not the most flattering.
Yes.
Thing is, though, have you seen those pictures?
Yeah, he probably also needs a shave. You're right, Cat.
Where it shows people before and after wokeness.
Yes.
It ruins them, but it also makes them look just more mentally, but also like they become less attractive. Like they abandon just normal beauty standards.
Makes them look like a couple of characters here.
Yeah, and this is the thing, because there might be people who have similar facial appearances, but they can still, present themselves nicer.
Yeah.
It's like this, they've abandoned any type of pretense for, I don't know, makeup or doing their hair or anything like that. And,
What do you mean? Tons of the women in those images had makeup. What?
And,
Bro has no idea what goes into women's makeup. You don't understand the fucking work women put in to get dressed. You're always like, oh, why's my wife take so long to get ready? We're trying to go to dinner. Well, you fucking stupid version of Jazza. You don't understand the fucking work she's putting in to appease your stupid fat ass.
That's what modern media is trying to push, right? And then you get Stella Blade. And it's like, she stands out a little bit. I think this is someone's thumbnail, and I follow him on Twitter. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, actually, it's probably right here. This is from, how would you pronounce that? Kyle?
I'd say Sile. Ciel.
Yeah.
Ooh, annoying and weird, but yes, thank you.
Yeah, women all gotta have those really tiny jaws, right?
Great thumbnail, and it shows a bit of a contrast.
Yeah.
Some of these female faces, like, you could probably make them look much better, but then you have more feminine faces that are a bit more delicate.
I don't know why Alloy looks so like funky from that picture, because Alloy doesn't look like that in a majority of the images she's in. I think the Horizon games are really generic and boring, but I've seen images where Alloy just looks better. I don't know what it is with that one image, but it really feels like it's taken out of context, in my opinion.
More narrow jaw.
And that woman in Fable, like tons of the characters in Fable were deliberately ugly as like a joke about English people in the Middle Ages. So I don't even know what to say about that Fable woman that's on there. And then Mary Jane looks fine. I don't understand.
Or nose.
Remember the Fire Lord from Ghostbusters? She looks like that. She looks like Adam Warlock from the Guardians of the Galaxy. She looks like Smeagol, Gollum, whichever you prefer.
People can't see what who you're pointing to.
Oh, okay. I'm sure.
You're just pointing like.
I actually reckon they'll be able to tell.
Probably. Yeah. So, with the release of Stellar Blade, people, certain game journos and the like, have been losing their minds. So, there's been clips of the gameplay of Stellar Blade.
People in Fable are always ugly. Yeah, they're always ugly, or they're like whores at the whorehouse, and they had like massive bazongers and had like the vocabulary of like a peasant. And then the lady who was like the widow of Barrowstone Manor, she was like she killed her husband or something. So even though she was beautiful, she was like evil and a piece of shit.
It's also pretty fun seeing a cope where people who want to hate the game because it's so misogynist or sexist, misogynist, when, like, I find it odd that they would call this misogynistic.
Liking women's misogynistic.
That's Bible. It's like, that's really weird. Hang on. Making a pretty woman that seems to celebrate the idyllic feminine beauty, which, by the way, there are women in the world. Like this, the character was modeled after a Korean model, right? And
I would have thought Abigail Shapiro.
Who's that?
Ben Shapiro's sister.
Yeah. I know the meme. Everybody would milk Abigail Shapiro's tits. Jesus Christ.
She's a beauty. She's gorgeous. Anyway, sorry.
She's Abigail Shapiro's Zionist milkers, bro. What? What? Why is Abigail Shapiro catching strays, bro? Bro likes them big, bro. He needs those melons.
Internet knows.
Internet knows, right? And so this is a...
Why was that in here? Why did you cut that out? That was so weird.
A celebration of the idyllic standard, just like, a Superman and it is ripped, and that's a celebration of an idyllic standard that when I see Superman, it's like, that just wants to make me better myself, right? Yeah. And encourages, It's so weird. It's so weird. I don't get it. Because the people who are decrying this as like misogynistic and vile and everything like that, one, the gameplay's come out and it looks like the gameplay's pretty darn good. And there's been like people playing and it's like, okay, I'll give it like a 7 out of 10. And they're reluctant to acknowledge that the game looks really, you know, just fire, right? And then I get confused because you see the people like complaining about this type of stuff, right? Yet these are the same type of people that will celebrate OnlyFans and women expressing their sexuality and stuff.
Can we see some gameplay? Sorry, just
Yeah,
I want to see the gameplay now. If people are saying it's good.
So here is an example of the gameplay, and Mauler,
hey,
shout out Mauler.
Mauler. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking. I'm having a nightmare blunt rotation, chat. Nightmare blunt rotation.
Friend of the channel. Turns out you can have booba and be
good.
Good. And let's check this out for a bit. Looks like strong, dynamic, responsive action gameplay. Okay. Animations look fun.
Reminds me of Bayonetta.
Looks like they're... Yeah, well, people have been comparing this to... even someone compared it to a bit of Dark Souls, right? It looks like it's very responsive. Like, look at the blocks that happened then, right? When
Yeah, I know. This is like all crazy internet terminally online stuff. Like, this is... I've never walked through real life and met real people like this. I've met real people that are like... So I've never met like the chud people in real life, but I have met the like wokey people in real life. I've actually met the wokey people. I met a guy once who was telling me that he wishes that he could take every... This is a real person I met in college. Really strong guy, super buff. He was like, I want to take all of the Republicans in Congress. I want to line them up and I want to make them see their maker. That's what he said to me. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. You're crazy. That's really, really not good. And you shouldn't do that. What else? I also had a professor who was... No, not a professor. Well, I also had a professor that she was like... She said that Marvel movies were fascist propaganda. I don't know if I'd agree with that. That was just like really, really insane of her to say. I knew somebody who was a huge fan of Anita Sarkeesian, who is a grifter. But they had a pretty intellectually sound conversation with me, so they weren't that crazy. I have a friend who it's weird. It's a crazy thing to say. I had a friend who went to a shooting range. He was in the army. And some dudes pulled up to the outdoor shooting range in a tank, and they got out, and they were wearing, I'm probably going to butcher the word, but they were wearing Wehrmacht uniforms, German infantry uniforms associated with World War II. And he was wearing, like, you know, fatigues, because he was there on, like, an off day from base. And they invited him to a book club. They were neo-Nazis. So they're out there. Since like 2019, you brought up that anecdote about that professor. Yeah, I know. That's such an old one. But A+ for trying. Worst pronunciation. Wehrmacht? I'm gonna continue butchering it. But yeah, they asked the United States Army soldier to show up to their book club.
Block, and she actually blocked on each side, and every hit seems to land with weight. It's dynamic, right? And like, look at this animation there. That looks friggin' sick, right? And then you have a dang good-looking woman kicking ass, right?
Yeah, but you can also have like you can have both, right? I don't understand. Like that's like they wanted the hot lady for this game, but you can also make a game that doesn't have a hot lady in it. You can have both. Wehrmacht. Thank you. Wehrmacht. The W makes a V sound. I am New York.
Feminists celebrate this?
No.
Like, but they're actually complaining that men like this.
Well, I think I figured it out.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. They're like, here's the reason they're complaining, because men go, I want to fuck her, right? That's why. And that's not like super chill to just scream into the ether, could sometimes make people uncomfortable, obviously. You know, make an item, make a game, make a movie, make a book, make whatever with the body types and things that you want, right? Just do what you want. Don't do it for somebody else. If you want a pretty person, do it. If you want a person who's mid, do it. If you want a person who's ugly, do it, right? But it's when you get crazy about it. Now, there are people who go, well, I don't look like that. That makes me feel bad. Therefore, it shouldn't exist. And you know what? A lot of people probably need to take their own personal grievances to therapy, but they don't. And that's a problem, right? And if Shad realizes that he's a fat Australian man and he's cool with that, fine. But if he recognizes he wants to be like Superman, well, then maybe he has to take his chronic fatigue ass to the gym and work through it. Like, I don't know what to say. If he can admit that and he's comfortable with that, then...
If men like it or enjoy it, it's...
The people who complain have a problem with folks gooning over her more than anything. I mean, yeah, right. But I can play Stellar Blade and I can look at that and not immediately get hard. If you look at that and immediately get hard, you need to probably take a break from porn. You need to like turn off. Like I don't play Nikkei and go, I'm jorking it all the time, right? Like I don't do that. I can control myself.
That might be a good metric. And when we say men,
think about it. We have
most men.
Well, just know, like, if men are having fun, no, can't be a thing.
Why is there a trend on?
Men are having fun. No, like you're just making people up again. You're just making people up. These people, you're making them up.
A lot of activists wanting to get into predominantly men. Oh, check this one. This is where we get into some animation stuff. Like that looks freaking sick.
That is very well done.
Like check that out. And then the panning slow-mo shot when it jumps off. This looks wicked.
Honestly, the game...
I thought men were mindless sex pests. SMH. Some of them are. I do think there are some of the very PC ones that go, how could you enjoy Stellar Blade when it's such an objectification? Those might be the guys that are always thinking, how do I get in? How do I get in? Guy, you know, it's funny. Men suddenly become more left-leaning the second a woman enters their life. I'm just saying.
Gameplay, the art style, everything, the character, I would give it...
Stretch him out. 10. We're not doing this. Oh, we're doing this.
Oh,
yeah. Look, I haven't played
These guys are, you guys are bigger gooners than me. How can you make sex so cringe? How can you make sex so cringe? Like, you're so cringe about it. Yeah. He refuses to really discuss the game as a game. It just must be good because it has booba and a body he likes. So if anyone dislikes it, they're just PC brained. It's like... I mean, here's the thing. If Stellar Blade is literally just walking down hallways, fighting those monsters, it's going to get boring really fast. I don't care how good she looks. If there isn't interesting things around it, it's not going to be that interesting of a game. It looks like it plays well, so I would give it a chance. And I like the studio. I like Nikkei. But whether or not it actually has any meat on its bones remains to be seen. But I think, you know, the combat... If there's a good progression system and a lot of growth with the combat and some way to experience the game long term, then yeah. But if not, then it might be a little. It could be less than what we're seeing.
But it looks good, right?
Yep.
How many jorks does it take to be the grand jorker?
But I was saying, there is this weird trend of a lot of activists wanting to come into predominantly men, you know, enjoyed either hobbies, spaces, and then wanting to...
Like, one thing that annoys me about Nikkei is that the raptures despite having lore that explains them, I think the designs of the Raptures are really lacking. They put all the effort into designing the waifus, which, you know, makes sense, right? But I think a lot of what you fight is kind of a little eh. And I'm seeing some of that problem here, where Eve is really well designed and has a lot going for her, and really great outfits and really cool fighting, but then the monster is just kind of like an amorphous, like, scaly thing.
Again, this looks friggin' sick.
Yeah. Kind of like our Final Fantasy bit too.
I know.
Those Japanese fellas, they really know how to do it, don't they?
That is wicked, right? Activists come in.
Studio, but okay. I think Shift Up is Korean.
And then either want to change it or kick out the men who enjoy it.
Either way, yeah, the enemy design is lacking, and Shift Up seems to really struggle with that as a studio.
And want to stop men enjoying it, or
Yeah.
something, like any number of one of those.
I think it's because men are a good metric. If men are in a particular thing, it's a generally good metric that that thing is good or profitable.
Whoa, what an insane take. What?
Or anything like that. And so they want to destroy it. Is good.
What?
Trick. If
want to stop men enjoying it, or
Yeah.
something, like any number of one of those.
I think it's because men are a good metric. If men are in a particular thing, it's a generally good metric that that thing is good or
Excuse me?
profitable or anything like that. And so they want to destroy it.
Seemingly.
That's incredibly stupid. That is the stupidest take I've ever heard. Men have taste and women do not. I not to be that guy, Gossip Girl is great. Fucking Scream Queens is great. Oron High School Host Club is great. All right. Free Iwatobi Swim Club is great. Fuck you. All right. These things that are girly things or things for girls are actually really good. And maybe taste isn't dictated by gender, you crazy person. They've never gotten a gift from a woman.
Or gain control over it,
Yeah.
or shame, or any number of things.
Yeah.
And so all these people trying to attack Stella Blade as misogynistic, everything, it is hilarious, like I said, seeing their reactions. Some having to grudgingly admit, it's like, they've played it, they tried the demo, it's like, okay, it's good, but it's still sexist, right? But it's good gameplay, but it's sexist.
Oh, are you sexist now?
Yeah.
Full Metal Alchemist was written by a woman. Full Metal Alchemist is great. One of the greatest of all time. One of the greatest of all time.
Yes.
But then the other side is trying to say, if this one's bad, but we, like you should do it more like Bayonetta or Nier Automata. Automata?
Nah.
Do you know that one?
It's spelled automata, but
Automata or Automata, right? And so they've been trying to say that no, we liked Nier Automata and Bayonetta, right? And so Kukuruyo says on Twitter, if you make a search for sexism and Nier Automata, you can see in real time the process of the narratives.
Yeah, well, okay. I remember for Bayonetta when she came out, there was a huge discourse about her being sexy and yada, 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 and people not liking it. But again, that was the game was really that good. It was brash and bold and full of zest. It's really hard not to like Bayonetta just based on style. Dorohedoro is great. Oh my god, Dorohedoro is great. God, I forget the name of the blonde buff girl. The white-haired buff chick that hangs out with the guy that has the heart mask. Anyway, I forget her name, but I want her to hold my hand, so, you know.
Switch articles and threads from the era it released are full of this is sexist, this is gross. And we take a look. Why do people say Automata is sexualized? Because it isn't. Condemning the over-sexualizations of Nier's girls.
People were upset she was bi. I don't know why. Noe. Actually, both of them. I want Nakido and Noe to both crush me with their thighs. So there we go.
What do feminists think about Nier Automata?
Those are really great too.
You know the response to any question about what do feminists think?
No one cares.
No one cares. That should be the response, right?
Oh my god. Oh my god, these guys get no pussy, bro. Yeah, and I 2B was like designed sexy, and like I think the reason was Yoko Taro is just like, I like pretty girls, which is like a based response from a game developer, right? But he's like an artist. These guys are just sitting around like making nothing nonsense garbage.
Was anyone else dismayed by the levels of fan service, right? And then
They should kiss you and then each other based.
is 2B from Nier Automata overly sexualized? Don't let men control me. Gender and sexuality in Nier. What's with the sexism? Is there a reason why 2B is so exposed in Nier Automata? Is 2B from Nier Automata overly sexualized? So they went after Nier because it has a sexy woman in it, just like they're going after.
Did you guys even play Nier Automata, or would that also go over your head? Because I feel like that game might be a little hard for you to understand.
Stellar Blade, and
because you know that deals with Nietzsche and all of these philosophers and psychology of man. So could you have handled it? Wait till they hear about Kaine and Nier.
But now they're trying to backtrack and they're trying to rewrite history. It's like, oh, we didn't do it. As Mark Kern says, gaming journos love to lie.
Are you fucking kidding me? Mark Kern, didn't he make a tweet recently about Helldivers? That was like massively stupid. Excuse me, but where Mark Kern, Grums, where's that mech MMO you promised everybody a decade ago? Huh? You have the amazing concept artists, cute, sexy robots, developing all these beautiful concepts for all these mech pilot women in your game that isn't fucking out, and it's never coming out because you spend so much time bitching and moaning on Twitter. None of you are gonna know who this guy is. Cope and Steve just sent their viewers. What up, Beckett? I'm still going, dude. 1:48 in the morning, bro. He started crying about Helldivers because the CM is woke. Ay, Dios. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. We're still in it. We're still in it. Deep in it. Welcome.
And revise history. They panned Nier Automata for sexism until gamers propelled it to the top of the charts. Then they changed their tune to hop on the bandwagon.
We're examining Shadiversity, who's just Australian quartering. He's just Australian quartering.
They will do the same with Stellar Blade. Pin this tweet. Yep. And so as Stellar Blade,
I gotta be frank, I don't think Stellar Blade is gonna say anything interesting like Nier. I think a lot of people excuse how sexy 2B is because of the narrative and what it was dealing with, okay? And how interesting all that is. Beckett, I am like 1 billion miles deep in Shadiversity. I have been covering him for the last 4.5 hours. Okay? I almost said the F slur. That's how mad I got. He literally thought... He literally didn't understand the point about Starship Troopers. Yeah, Bayonetta and Nier are both really good, so that's why people overlook it. Yeah, I don't know if Stellar Blade is going to have that much.
£10 from Beckett. Was nice to get away from my wife, get away from things, listen to some tunes. Soup so yummy, soup so yummy.
Okay, I need to explain that now, chat. I was recently a player in a D&D. I was recently a player, right, in a D&D game. And I play a character called Kandor. And Kandor's this old guy. I'll do his voice now.
Hello, chat. I'm Kandor. I'm a human fighter. Lost me wife a long time ago, mate. And, yeah, so I recently got trapped in a time loop. It was quite the problem, actually. Me mates, well, they're not really me mates, I tolerate them, but I had to save them. Well, I didn't save them. I did, I helped. But I got turned into an NPC for a little bit, because,
Why are you gripping it like that?
Got turned into an NPC for a bit because I ate some soup. Apparently, it was going to mind control me. But when I was eating the soup, I became an NPC streamer. Whatever a streamer is. It was nice to get away from the wife, get away from things, listen to some tunes. Soup. So yummy. Soup. So yummy. You know, like Pinky. You know, that streamer who talks about ice cream and how yummy it is.
Wow, great Aussie accent. I know, it's pretty good. I know. I play him a lot. The sessions are like 4 hours long, 5 hours long. But yeah, we're doing Drakenheim. So it's I've been doing like this old grizzled fighter. He's also like a moron. And then I multi-class into Pact of the DM. And the DM for that is actually Hal, who was on stream last few days ago. So you can imagine how it is having Pact of the DM with Hal. Has Diesel got to his novels yet? No, I'm probably going to have to read them. Well, we covered it a little bit in the beginning, how it was filled with rape. Is this why you don't stream so much? I spend 2 days a week playing D&D. That's it. Oh, 3 days. I'll be playing a session tomorrow. I'll be DM, though.
Pre-orders have already shot to the top.
It's not the only thing that's gone up.
It's their Streisand affecting it. Yep. All the drama about, oh, it's so sexist, right? And they're wanting to try and shame people into not getting it. It's just signal boosting it, and it's getting more attention. We're covering it because of all the unhinged kind of...
Yeah, because you're going to cover anything that has to deal with the woke mob going after breast.
That's going on about this. You had a thought?
Oh, I'm just thinking, there's the old saying that, pick your enemies because they'll generally control who you turn out to be, like whether you go for them or against them. Like, they've picked all gamers as their enemies.
Yeah.
And now the gamers are kind of dictating where they go.
They've picked all gamers as their enemies is an insane sentence. That's like a terminally online sentence.
No.
And gamers are just voting with their wallets, and they're losing their minds because they can't control that. It's like these games are going to fail if they pander to this ideology, okay? And it's crazy because so many Western games are like it. And then all
You ever go ASMR? How will we jork more, Diesel?
Stellar Blade did was make the main character a sexy woman. Like, that's not a genius move. That's just like a game that was made in the late the 90s or early 2000s. But now that they decided to just do that because gaming has been warped.
Gamers should be enemies of the state. That's my take. Homeland Security would agree with you.
That now this stands out as something remarkably different when it's actually not. But it's one of the few games that are actually saying, hey, you like sexy women? Here's a sexy woman.
Because if it was a big buff dude, like God of War, for example, that was, in fact...
If this guy saw Nikke, he would literally explode. He would literally explode.
They encourage it.
They encourage it. Like, they will strip Thor naked and objectify him, eat popcorn, watching while he is sexually assaulted, essentially, and put on display, and that's fine.
What was the line that he said?
You flicks too hard.
Yeah.
But
all
then,
the women too.
But then the women were like, should we do something? No. Let's just end it.
Hold on. All right, if they're gonna keep me here watching all this stupid, just toss in some fun with this story. Hold on, I'm gonna do something, chat. I'm gonna do something a little silly. I can't take it anymore. If you play War Thunder, you are literally an enemy for real. There we go. Hold on. I'm starting it up. I haven't played Nikke on desktop in a little bit. Soap cutting. No, even better than that. There we go. Properties. I'll just add, what is it? New browser window. Or new application window. Window capture. Game. Nikkei launcher. We wanna nope, that's just my stream. There we go. I am so fucking delusional right now with the amount of hours I've been awake. It's loading. Great, that's literally just my desktop. Leaked. Yeah, I'm not the one who leaked my name. I'm Alex, so I didn't ask for that, but there it is. She's still on my blade until I goon. Alright, I'm gonna have to close that for the time being.
They're eating popcorn.
No, I mean, the female audience flicked hard after that.
That is a bit inappropriate, Oz.
I mean, they rewinded it.
No, just quit while you're ahead.
My point is, due to Stellar Blade.
Stellar Blade goes back. No, but you're right that they objectify men because it's perfectly okay.
Who is
to
they,
do it to men.
Shad?
That's why
Who are you talking
there are so
about?
many points of evidence that this ultra extremist feminist movement is
Yes,
not. They're
these
not
are
after equal
peanuts.
treatment, equality. They want to
That's why they-
oppress and be just as sexist to the opposite side that they think was done to them, which shows it's about revenge. That's all this comes down to.
Ultimately, they get in with, we need equality, we need to lower the basically they want to lower the standards so they can get in, and then they change the standards so they can have all the power.
Bounding into comics, IGN France scrambles to backpedal.
Oh my
after
god,
writing
bounding into comics? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. This guy is literally a walking caricature of peanuts. Dude, I'm losing my mind. It's so late. I've not streamed this long in a long time, and I am not stopping. Hold on. Triggers. Why is Nikkei? That is my desktop. Why? Why is it not working? Why are you all yelling penis? What is happening? Hold on. I'm really trying right now, chat. I'm really trying. I'm doing what we call struggling and stalling. No goon game for you. Bro, I'm literally gonna scream. Properties. I can't just watch this video anymore. I need mental stimulation. There we go. Boom. And then I'm gonna make it small. I'm gonna make it small, put it down there. There we go. Hold on. Let me make it bigger. There we go. Graphics, full screen. Save. There we go. This is the sweaty one. What is it? That's another one. I got like tons of waifus, okay? Is the game worth playing? Yes, it is that good. Honkers bazonkers. There we go. Now I can focus on Shad.
Stellar Blade protagonist Eve as a doll sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman.
Doll sexualized by someone who's never seen a woman.
That's what IGN France said.
Okay, je sais quoi. What's a woman again? What do you guys call a woman?
What do they call a woman? But also, not only is the creator, I believe, married, right? The character is literally modeled from a woman. And it's like a doll sexualized someone who's never seen a woman saying, "You've never seen her. This is such an unrealistic woman that the person made it must have never even seen it." Right?
Actually.
That's how it. And here is the woman.
Wow.
This is the model that it's based off of. And it's like, hang on, she looks like a real woman, Oz. You're getting distracted, Oz. Oz, are you there? Oz.
Welcome to Night's Watch. Today we're covering an issue with someone's Stellar Blade.
Hold on. But, like, she's a model. Like, she's not even representative of most people anyway, because she's been decided by, like, society at large that she's, like, the most beautiful of Korean women, right? She's not representative of Korean women at all. Like, you can't even say that she's representative of most women, because she'd be on the upper end of what's considered, like, sexy for a lot of them. I need to get like a referral code for this game or something. I need like a code Diorio, you know. It's literally just auto playing right now.
So something Stellar Blade?
There's a blade.
She's not a real woman though.
Dude,
and the character based off of that. Like, this is how insane the world has got. They are so against feminine beauty that they will try and now deny it doesn't even exist in the real world. Are we gone that insane? Unfortunately, certain parts of society, yes, they have gone that insane.
This is why in, like yin yang order chaos, why the feminine stuff is chaotic because it's self-destructive. It's destroying.
The story does get better. It's kind of like
I love stuff like this happening. Jung.
But the thing is though, it's the ultra activist feminists, right? And that includes the simpering male feminists as well that are all on board. Because I'm feeling that, like. I don't know if the IGN article says, it looks like someone who's never saw it was a guy or a girl, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was a male feminist.
Yeah, but Eve isn't representative of most women, Shad. Like, I will even self-admit, Eve is a very pretty character, a very pretty lady. But Eve is not representative of most women because she's a model. A model, okay? That's not representative of most people. Fuck, dude. This guy's so stupid.
For science, I'm married, but I think you might want to just...
I'm just looking at what she's...
For science, I'm married, but...
But,
look at how she handles grapes.
Yes. And, look, it's for... I think some of our audience wants to do some research just to confirm if this is a real woman.
And so in the game, we get to see her handle a sword?
Well, the character based off of her, yes.
Get it? Handle a sword, guys. Get it? Get it? Handle a sword. Get it? Handle a sword. I mean, honestly, the Eve character looks better than the real life woman on my... Is that like a mean thing to say? Sure, these two dudes can decide what attainable beauty standards for women are. Yeah, I know. Crazy, right? It's incredible because I think I don't know. I will say this. I do think that model is very skinny. But I'm a Hispanic male living in America, so feel free to impose whatever opinions you think I have about my body type. Listen, I like short stack goblins. Thick bitches, so like I don't know what to fucking tell you.
See this creature handle a sword?
This woman. And the audience, again, we're just letting this play out for you to let you determine for yourself if it's a real woman or not.
If this was an anime, I'd have a nosebleed, but since it's real life, all the blood's going somewhere else.
Why are you waving backwards?
I don't want to go there.
I understand like where the male feminist trope comes
Korea,
from,
Japan,
and I don't want to be that guy. But these guys are actually like super objectifying. It's actually really cringe.
Ni hao. Wait, is that China? I don't know.
Oh my god.
All I can say to you.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Ni hao, bro. Just said ni hao. Yeah, the model and Eve look very different. Yeah. I can't believe he just said me how, bro. Oh no. Me when I'm unintentionally racist.
Japanese Korean lady is Aishitaru.
What is that? What did you
Japanese
say?
for I love you.
Oh, there we go. So we are in a crazy, crazy world right now where they would just even attack female beauty and say, even when it exists in the real world, it's like, you've never even seen
You know
a
when
woman.
people talk about guys who objectify women, they're talking about you two.
You know what? I bet the French IGN was like, have they seen a real woman? Where's her moustache? Because they're French.
Oh my gosh.
Listen, man, you're British. There's a lot of stereotypes about British women I think that we could impose upon you, so I don't know about that. Did I just lose? Oh no, I did it. I need to pick a buff. It doesn't really matter as long as I outbeat the... Oh fuck, yeah, they're probably all gonna die.
So this was one of the responses to the IGN article. So here's the IGN. It's not new, and other games have chosen to highlight the strengths of their female characters, but where a Bayonetta stands out with an iconic character design, and by the way, these are the people that trash Bayonetta for being horribly sexist, okay? Yeah. Or a 2B from Nier Automata inspires an entire generation of cosplayers.
Don't forget to buy Mark Coffee so Diesel can afford to buy soap to wash his hands.
They say, when it comes to like Bayonetta and 2B from Nier, Eve from Stellar Blade is just bland. It's like, hang on, just bland? It's like, there were some creative outfits in that game.
That's the thing, right? There's one thing that I might be able to give a little bit of thing on, and I could also pull back a bit, right? The costumes. The costumes are a bit sexualized. I think we should just remove them altogether.
You think that their costumes are just too... Yeah, just take them, remove them. Yep, out of the game entirely.
That way we'll see if they're what's the word?
25 Polish zlotys from Void NVLL. Shad is about as pleasant as in Nail. Glad to catch your stream at least for a bit.
Yeah,
Good night.
You've definitely caught me at the tail end of it. Thank you, Void, for that. I don't know what Polish zlotys are, but I hope you've been enjoying this stream from Poland.
You just want to find out. For science.
For science. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I love science. And so it says, Stellar Blade is just bland, a doll sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman. It's like...
I've seen plenty of women.
This is desperate code to just try and attack, a game because they don't like the fact that men like sexy women.
Frank about it, I mean, Eve's breasts don't resemble the
It seems like that, and
I've seen
it's a
in
real
my
day.
day.
Okay, and Daddy Warpig on Twitter says, never saw a woman. They literally scanned the character from a real woman's body. You pick a brain tweet. What I'm saying is that the director had to physically, and was required to, see at least one woman, and it was the exact woman in the game. This writer isn't even
Oh my god, it's like we never left Gamergate, guys. It's really like we never left Gamergate.
People know last year they identified as men. So
it is quite possible. Are they just drawing from their own
Holy shit, these guys are actually like
woman.
super transphobic and sexist and are like bad. These guys are literally all of those things. Holy shit. Dude, you just know Shad. Shad does no foreplay with his wife. He does not eat her pussy out. He does not do anything. All right? There's strictly procreation and nothing else. Oh my god. These men would not be able to look me in the eye. Cloudy, they would actually be afraid of you. They would run away from you. They would be very afraid of you. You are literally too confident for them. No, these guys are speed running the Bigot Battle Pass. I know, bro. They keep saying shit that's like super bad out of pocket.
We are living in just a crazy world at the moment where there is a legitimate attack against feminine beauty. And then the lying and the gaslighting is next level, where they'll just say, yeah, 2B from Nier and Bayonetta, those were iconic character designs that inspired
the
cosplayers
gaslighting.
across
It's
the
the
world.
gaslighting.
They really think no one's going to cosplay as this Stellar Blade character?
So the automata, it's 2B or not 2B?
I think it is 2B. It is 2B.
Okay.
It is 2B.
I was doing that.
I know you were. Oh,
Okay, I thought
thanks
it was
for thanks for explaining that
So
to me.
it's a Shakespeare play about a man who has a skull, I think.
So what do
Yeah,
you guys
listen,
think
buddy.
about
I don't think
Stellar
you've
Blade?
also watched Macbeth.
Let us know in the
either.
comments. And I guess my final take was like, again, this is just continually exposing the ultra woke, the activists, for being unbelievable hypocrites and their hypocrisy. Like they actually have something against feminine beauty.
They wouldn't use that word, though.
something
They use
against
double standards
feminine
because
beauty.
they don't like any hips in their anything, really, do they?
Hips?
Hypocrisy? Hips.
Yeah, okay.
But no.
Not your best one, but...
I know. I'm a bit distracted. But I want to get to the bottom of the story. So I will research this story, as well as the Bayonetta stuff, as well as the Automata stuff, as well as a bunch of stuff that I probably can't even mention here on YouTube. For science.
For science. So thanks for watching, and as always, stay on watch.
I feel like I've actually, like, this is like what happens and why I always struggle to do something like a quartering video, because every time I want to focus and like go through some guy like this to like make content on, I'm just like, wow, he's like actually stupid in such a way that it literally wouldn't matter how much I elaborated on, right? Or what I said, right? Bro, it's all about feminine beauty until it's trans women. Yep. So anyway, since we're 5 hours deep, and you're all trapped in this fucking rubber room with me, this is the D wife skin, right? Because it was like a thing where she was a wife. This girl got like super famous. This one, it took me forever to get her, by the way. I haven't spent a dime on this game, mind you, or I might have spent like money one time, but I do not really spend money on this game. Here we go. Here's the D wife skin. All right. How many skins do you have? I have one. I will show you it now. I forget how to change Noir's outfit. There we go. There we go. That was once. It was at the Christmas time, okay? But beyond that, I don't really spend money. All right. You got the starter pack, don't lie. I did not buy the starter pack. And technically this isn't a skin, it's a separate character. Again, I got it for free. I didn't spend any money on her. All right, but that's this is the not Miku made outfit for Privatty, right? That's her. The wife one is like the yandere wife stereotype. Are these skins gone? Yeah, they're like limited time. Yeah, this game is total gooner core. And yes, I do have dick physics on my model. Find me that referral code. There's no short stacks in this game, honestly. Oh, hold on. Hold on. This always makes my friends laugh, right? So this is Elg, you know, the one that got super famous for being like mildly chunky, right? But like when she shoots her gun, you might notice. Oh shit. But yeah. I play this game like every day, which is really bad. It's like my daily, right? I'll go in and I'll do my dailies on my daily missions and like rack all up the free stuff, right, that you get. Right. But yeah, or like the D one, right? Right. So like obviously, you know, like it's like a really tight like cocktail dress. Are there any buff girls? But like when she turns, her like entire ass jiggles and you can see the thong through her dress. It's nice to know everybody's using the emotes now. Are there any punk girls for that matter? Yeah. There are. I'll pull them up. There's a few different kinds. Here's like the super punk girl. She's like edgy and hates people and is mad all the time. I don't have her unlocked. Oh wait, I do. I just don't use her because she's bad. What's another hilarious one? This was pretty fucking hilarious. It's literally like she's wearing bondage. Is there any buff girls? Probably like Red Hood, maybe. Let me find Red Hood. She's somewhere in the Nikkeipedia. I have her unlocked. Here we go. I mean, she's like kind of buff, but they're not really. They're kind of like anime, just anime women. She's super tall though, this one. She's got like a big sniper and shit. You know, but now you know what I play in my free time. I'm trying to think of some other ones, maybe. This is like a goth girl, but she's like the one, she's like, she like tells people to kill themselves. That's the kind of she is. 2B is in this game, yes. 2B is in this game. But yeah, and then obviously there's like the whole backgrounds that you can get for the characters. Somehow I am not surprised. But yeah, I do like play that every day. Chat needs to know the difference between Nikkei, girls with guns, and girls frontline, girls that are guns, because both are guns and girls, but the art and gameplay are different and both are popular. Oh my god. All right. I have no energy. I have been at this for way too long. I like how we lost like 30 viewers when I started just showing the Goon game. Anyway, Xylee's streaming, I think. Wait, is she? I don't know. You're going there now. So, goodbye. It should be happening now. It says it was scheduled for 12 a.m. So hopefully it's live right now. Goodbye, chat. Have fun. Bye-bye.